is taking on Ilja Dragunov tonight in a rematch from what has got to have been one of my matches of the year. So very much looking forward to that. Looking forward to the return of Samoa Joe, which is going to be badass. So looking forward to that as well. Looking forward to Raquel Gonzalez taking on Dakota Kai. I think that'll be a very good match also. I know there'll be a lot of people excited about Adam Cole Baby taking on Kyle O'Reilly. And I'm sort of into that. I've been saying like that. My only issue with that is that I don't really feel it for Kyle O'Reilly. Like, I'm not really bothered by Kyle O'Reilly. So I'm sort of rooting for Adam Cole, which I don't think I'm meant to be. But I really like Adam Cole. So yeah, I mean, look, it's going to be a great match. If you're into wrestling, this whole show is going to have plenty of stuff for us to enjoy. And there's plenty of stuff for us to talk about as well, because I do want to just send a tweet saying that we are live so that people know we're live. And then we need to talk about what Nick Khan has had to say. Nick Khan has done an interview with Ariel Helwani for BT Sports here in the UK. And he has said some very, very interesting things. He's said that he wishes that he could make Raw 4 hours long. He said that he wishes he could make SmackDown 8 hours long. He wants as much time as possible. He says that even though their creative departments do fantastic work, he knows that they wouldn't be able to stretch to that. But he wishes that they could, because of all the extra money that they could make. So, I mean, it's what we know. We know why they do it, you know. It's not because they need that time to tell all these creative stories. It's not that time is, like, being used, like, wisely. You know, we get a lot of filler segments. It's all to do with TV money. So, you know, it is what it is, but there's a lot in there to explore. One of the things being that Tony Khan said, is it Tony Khan? Nick Khan, sorry. Nick Khan said that WWE is not being prepared for a sale. So he said they're not being prepared for a sale. He said that the changes to NXT will be coming very, very soon, within the next few weeks. I mean, we can break it down and kind of go through it all. It's very, very interesting stuff. So, yeah, Nick Khan sitting down, doing an interview with Ariel Helwani. For those of you who don't know who Nick Khan is, he is the... I don't actually know his role, like the executive... He's an executive, I know that much. An executive, like maybe vice president of WWE. I don't know what his actual title is, but he is like right up there. Right up there. He is very, very important, and he's been doing a lot of the deals with like Peacock and Fox and all that kind of stuff. Like a lot of the partners, he does a lot of those negotiations, like higher up. So very, very important man. Very important man. Ilja, let me write this out. Dragunov. What else do we have tonight? We've got, I've already mentioned the Adam Cole versus O'Reilly match. And we've also got L.A. Knight taking on Cameron Grimes. So we've got that as well. NXT Takeover. NXT Takeover 36. WWE NXT. Done. Done. Right, I'm going to jump in the chat. I'm jumping in the chat. No. Daze, do you think Finn Balor will make a return to NXT tonight? No. Do you think NXT will be better and regain some identity once the changes roll out, says Miss Clown 1? Well, I do actually. I mean, I don't think it's going to be worse. I'd love to sit down and go through everything that he said. I'd love to watch the video. I mean, to be honest, I'm just on heel by nature that has given me all the snapshots of everything that Nick Khan said. His exact words are, "We're doing a complete revamp on NXT led by Triple H, Paul Levesque, who has really been one of the architects of the original NXT. What we found, and it's probably why we did the tryout yesterday, what we want to make sure is that it's easy for folks that want to be WWE superstars, and we want to figure out how they can become WWE superstars. If you think of the life of an elevated athlete throughout their career, the opportunity to go play somewhere has always been easy. Being able to play somewhere is not." What does that mean? I mean, like, what does that even mean? What does that... I don't even know what that means. I've just read it word for word. I mean, it just sounds like a pitch for NXT. It doesn't sound like anything, does it? It just sounds like marketing waffle. In terms of an NXT rebranding, look for it in the upcoming weeks. It's going to have a whole new look. It's going to have a whole new feel. And we believe, because a lot of the indie wrestlers, if you will, have come through our system and are in our system with SmackDown and Raw now, we don't want to keep doing that same thing. We want to look elsewhere for great talent. We want to look elsewhere for great talent. A lot of indie wrestlers are in our system. We want to look elsewhere for great talent. What does that mean? I mean, that says to me they're looking at footballers, bodybuilders, just anyone that's got charisma maybe, that they can train how to wrestle, rather than taking a wrestler. I mean, in all fairness to them, you can be an indie wrestler, right, that's got a degree of personality, but you're maybe not going to have the biggest personality, and as a result, you're only going to get so far. Like, WWE are not interested in your wrestling ability. They are interested in how marketable you are. So you need to have a big personality, you need to have a great look, you need all that kind of stuff so that they can market you and make money from you. That is what WWE is interested in. So I suppose in a way it's easier to take someone with a big personality and a great look and train them to be a wrestler than it is to take an indie wrestler that can wrestle and is really focused on how to wrestle, but have they got the personality that can be developed? Have they got the look that can be developed? So I do understand that mentality. So I wonder if these are sort of the changes that he's talking about, that rather than bringing in indie wrestlers, we're looking elsewhere. I mean, they have brought in a mixture before. We've seen a lot of rugby players, American football players, bodybuilders. I mean, look at Gable Steveson. He is an amateur wrestler. He's got that amateur wrestling background. They paraded him around SummerSlam with that woman. I don't want to do her a disservice. I can't remember her name. Do you know what? I'm going to have a look for her name. WWE Olympic medal wrestling. Let's have a look. Kurt Angle, no. Gable Steveson making the rounds. Tamira Mensah. Why was that so hard? I was like, Tamira. I think I started to do like some sort of curse or something. I'm not too sure. I still can't do it. Tamira. It's not a name I'm really that familiar with. I mean, if you want to talk sister, I think there was a Tamira in that. Tia and Tamira in Sister. Great show if you've never seen it. But Tamira Mensah stock. Whew. So, yeah, they've got her and they've got Gable Steveson. So, well, they paraded them around SummerSlam. I'm guessing they're going to look to sign them. I know both of them are very interested in joining, so, and I bet Vince McMahon made them feel like kings and queens backstage. When he wants you, when you're in his good books, he does some pretty good smooching. Let me tell you, some pretty good smooching. Did you enjoy my tweet? Lou, shout out to you. It's good. Maldi said, I've still not slept. I've been awake since 10 a.m. yesterday. That's not good, bud. That's not good. That's not good. Days, who thought we would get a Brock-Roman feud where Brock is the face without Heyman and Roman is the heel with Heyman? Insane. We need wrestling Days on the WWE roster. William, shout out to you. Hazza says, Days, do you think this will be the last time we see Adam Cole in a WWE ring? I honestly think he's going to go to AEW. And it pains me to say it as I love Cole in WWE. I haven't heard that he's going to AEW, to be honest. I don't know. I don't think he's going to AEW. I think that it's as likely he goes to the main roster, unless there's like loads of rumors out there that I haven't seen. I haven't seen anything reported. I mean, I can only imagine that people are saying this because if he has to choose main roster and the way that the main roster looks, or choose AEW where CM Punk has just come back, like maybe that is that what people are saying? I don't know. I mean, do I think this is the last time we see him in a WWE ring? I don't think so. It might be the last time we see him in an NXT ring. But I suppose they won't take him to the main roster unless he signs that contract extension. So, I don't know. I mean, you wouldn't want to put him on the main roster and then give him all that exposure and then he leaves and goes to AEW. Like, you just wouldn't put him on the main roster. So I don't think he'll go there unless he signs. So there probably is a little bit of pressure being put on him to make a decision. But are they going to offer him more money? Like, I would imagine WWE are only interested in people that move the dial. I don't think Adam Cole is that person at the moment, but I think he has potential to be that person. I think Adam Cole's a big deal, but he's not there now. I mean, he's not. You put him on Raw, and the Raw ratings don't move. You put him on SmackDown, the SmackDown ratings don't move. But will they in the future? So, if you build him up, can he go on to be the next AJ, the next Seth? Yes, is the answer. He can. So, I think WWE know that. The reports I've read is that Vince is high on him, and Vince really likes him. So, I think... No, I don't know that I would agree this is the last time we'll see him in a WWE ring. Vape Ross Vape said, I watched the video. NXT is going to suck. Wrestlers are best when they dreamed of being a wrestler. Like an NFL team saying no college players. Yeah, this was always... I've said this in the past. So I'm not a fan of failed football stars coming into wrestling because I also agree that I want those people that have gone out, been on the indie scene. It's as if like indie wrestler has become a dirty term. Do you know what I mean? Like, but these are the wrestling fans that went out and did something about it. Like, rather than go off to, football and have a failed football career, they actually got into wrestling. Like, I've got a lot of... These are people that want it, and get it. The only downside with that, though, and I do stand by this, there is a big caveat. Anyone can want it. Anyone can go out and be an indie wrestler and chase that dream. But not everyone can do it. Like, some people can't cut promos. Some people don't have big enough personalities. Some people are shy. And can you overcome that? Sure. But it's going to take a lot of work, and there's no guarantees that you will ever get there. And also, the window is constantly closing because every year that's going by is a year off your career. Because you're only going to wrestle to a certain age. You're only going to be marketable for a certain age. So, it's difficult, isn't it? It's difficult because... they might look at some of the indie talent they're bringing in, and Vince might be like, this guy or this girl is just not going to get there. They're too far away. Or the amount of work that it's going to take for us to get them there is not, it's not worth it. It's not worth all of that investment. This person is going to take 3, 4, 5 years. Do you know, a person that I think of is, I always think of Ilja. Whenever I talk about this, I always think of Ilja. I remember seeing Ilja on WWE Breaking Ground. And there's an episode where she comes to the ring and she sort of skips her way down to the ring. And she can't really stay in character. She cuts a bit of a promo that is atrocious. And you look at her and you're like, she ain't lasting. She ain't lasting. I mean, you watch it, and Breaking Ground's all like behind the scenes of NXT. It's an old network series. I think they only did one series. And you're like, yeah, she ain't staying. She ain't sticking around. And she's still there. She's still there. And in all fairness to her, she has greatly improved. So much better now. But just think of how long that has taken. Think of how long and how much investment. And you could not do that for everyone. You couldn't do that for everyone. It's taken all that time to get Ilja where she's at now. And it is amazing. If you watch her on TV, you know, she's part of that Robert Stone brand. If you watch her on TV, and she's on NXT quite regular now, and go back to like that Breaking Ground, it is amazing. It is amazing to watch, like the difference. But man, the amount of investment that took. So I wonder, you know, this is what I'm thinking. Are they looking at things like that? Are there other people like that? Are there other people that have been there for years? And because there are. I mean, Odyssey Jones, I believe, has been in the system for 2.5 years, and now we're just seeing him, like, making his way out, Odyssey Jones. So it takes a long, long time. So perhaps they're looking at it, and perhaps there's a load of money tied up there with people they're just not sure are going to make it, and they're just, like, kind of overhauling it. My point is that what we see on TV is the good stuff. What we see on TV is the people that are ready and, you know, able to tell stories and just need a bit of seasoning, just need a bit of experience, just need, you know, to tell a few storylines and play off a crowd and all that kind of stuff. There's so much more happens behind the scenes at NXT. There's like the whole performance center and all of that kind of stuff that's, you know, people being trained that aren't getting where they need to get and all that kind of stuff. I'm guessing this overhaul is going to kind of overhaul everything. So maybe that's part of it. Maybe that's part of it. We've still got over an hour until we go to the kickoff show. So that's good, isn't it? Plenty of time to sit back and chat away. Days, you have to have a look at Corbin's Instagram or Twitter. He just won $100 at the casino, and he's gonna get a new shirt. Yes. Well, that's good. He should get CM Punk shirt. He should get a CM Punk shirt. They are readily available once again. Or if he actually gets a shirt from WWE Euroshop, he could use code DAYS10 and save himself 10% extra. Amazing. So, yeah, hopefully Baron Corbin is watching this, and he can save him. So, Tony Khan, professional wrestling is an art form. You don't create great artists by training them all to paint by numbers in the same way. Mm-hmm. But I do have to go back to the fact that I think if you're comparing Raw to AEW, you are comparing slightly different products. I mean, do they both use a ring? Yes. But you could argue that boxing is done in a ring pretty much similar to a wrestling ring. Like, there might be a few changes with the ropes and the pads in the corner, but by and large, it's, you know, one's boxing, and then you've got professional wrestling. That's done in the same ring. I don't think that comparing AEW to what WWE is putting out on Raw and SmackDown is the right way to think about things. And this has taken a long time for us to kind of, or taken a long time for me to come to this kind of viewpoint. I don't think you can compare them. And I don't know that you can even compare NXT to AEW now, not after the shakeup, not with, what's being said. I think they want NXT to go back to being that developmental that's getting people ready for the main roster, and so they're bringing in changes, and, AEW are going to do their thing and cater to their audience. I think that WWE only believe there's so many people that are interested in that. I think WWE believe that, AEW will hit a ceiling, and that the pro wrestling that they're doing is going to appeal to 2 million max, right? This is just me speculating, talking out loud, but I reckon WWE have looked at it and gone, pro wrestling like that. And in all fairness, AEW does a lot of silliness. Even AEW seem to, do you know what I mean? Like, there's a lot of, look at how the Elite act, and look at, like, some of the stuff the Dark Order do, and, things along those lines. Like, it's not silliness to the extent of Raw, not silliness to the extent of what WWE do, but it's not like bell rings, they come down, do a match, and then leave. Like, on Dynamite, you do tend to get some of those, kind of comedy moments, some of those sports entertainment moments. So, in my mind, I'm guessing they're looking at it going, right, well, that's got an appeal of maybe, say, 2 million. But the stuff that we do that caters more to a younger demo, that has potential to go to 5, 10, who knows? Like, it doesn't have the same ceiling. They must be thinking something along those lines. Because if Vince wanted this to be a super realistic, high-end wrestling product, then he wouldn't ban the word wrestling. He wouldn't refuse to call his superstars wrestlers. He wouldn't be like having dripsticks and lily dolls and all this kind of stuff. Like these creative decisions are made because he thinks it best serves WWE's audience. I really think that they've both got two different philosophies, and I think if you're going to try to compare them or hope that they're both going to get kind of similar, I think you'll be disappointed. The future of NXT is very, very interesting. It's very, very interesting because up until this point, up until where we are, I think that you could kind of compare NXT to AEW, and I think there was that Wednesday night war, and I think that NXT was kind of trying to become a third brand, and I think it was very focused on being credible. I think it was the credible brand, and for many, NXT is the brand that they know and love. I don't know what this change is going to do to that. What I do know is we have said for a while that isn't it weird how the developmental brand is this credible AEW alternative, and then when you get called up, you go to Raw, which is just something completely different. So, I mean, like, I must admit, if I was WWE, I probably would look at NXT if it is developmental, and it is going to be developmental. I would look at that and go, it needs to be more in line with Raw. I need it to be more like Raw, because, like, we're doing everyone a disservice. It's kind of like you're watching them be amazing wrestlers on NXT, and then they get called up to Raw where they have to hang around with Bad Bunny. Do you know what I mean? And mess about with dripsticks. It feels like it then goes to cater to a completely different audience. There is this real disjoint between like NXT and Raw and SmackDown. Again, I wonder if that's something they're going to look at. So, I don't know. As I said, it's really interesting. I think the changes to NXT could be of a concern to people. I would understand that. That we're lacking details. They say they want more light. So, like, NXT, it's a bit dark, it's a bit dingy. They've got, like, I think they're getting rid of all of that. They're talking about how they want more light. My fear is that this is just going to be Raw light. It's going to be SmackDown light. It's going to be... That's where they're going to go. But from a business point of view, I would have to say that would probably make the most sense for them to do that, from a business point of view. You could also make the counter-argument of, well, why don't they just have a wrestling brand that's completely separate from Raw and SmackDown? which is very much what NXT was also. And my answer to that is there's nothing stopping them doing that. You could still do that. And I'm sure a lot of people would still want that. But there's no news of that. There's no plans for that by the sound of it. I really don't think NXT is going to be a third brand. Whack-In said, Days, will NXT be in an arena today? I don't believe so. I think it's at the CWC. I don't believe it's at an arena. Have a look. It's a good question, because obviously we were at the Allegiant. So we'll have a little look. Takeover 36. Capital Wrestling Centre. No, it's at the Capital Wrestling Centre. The Capital Wrestling Centre. That's where we are. Pre-show is in an hour. Main card in an hour and a half. Just in case anyone didn't know, now you know. Pre-show in an hour and a half. Yeah, you are right. He's right, you know. He's right. Austin's right. Well done. What did you think of the football today, says Gozo? Yeah, big shout out to everyone that joined us. My thoughts on the football was I was disappointed in Man United. I thought that because of the giving away the ball so much, the defensive mistakes, the problems that they just didn't have a foundation to build on, their defense absolutely let them down today. I thought Matic just looked completely out of it. Wasn't impressed by what Matic was doing. I thought that Pogba looked good, looked really good. Greenwood looked good. Sancho, when he came on, a little bit ineffective, but I don't know how much he can do within half an hour. And honestly, at that point, our defence was failing us anyway. I thought Southampton were all right, but I feel, no disrespect to Southampton, this was more Man United throwing it away more than Southampton taking it. And it resulted in a draw. It's probably fair on both teams at the end, but I might argue Man United probably deserved the win 2-1. Like, they had more shots, they had more possession. But, I mean, we've seen it so many times, you know, that doesn't count for anything. It's the score that matters at the end. So, yeah, I was disappointed in that Man United result. Wolves-Tottenham, I can't really talk about. I didn't see it, but I know it was 1-0 to Tottenham. That's a good result against a tricky little team. Seems like they got battered, but honestly, who cares? I mean, you can get battered, but as long as you leave with the 3 points, who cares? If it's going to take time to get things working and clicking, you know, you just get the points and you move on. So that's my thoughts with that. And then Arsenal-Chelsea. Arsenal really could have got smashed more than it being just the 2. But Lukaku looks amazing. I'm desperately trying to shoehorn him into my team, because he looks very good. Like, everything's going into him. I thought Reece James looked really good down the wing. Lukaku got man of the match, by the way. Reece James going down the wing looked very good. Was very impressed with him. Jorginho was all over the place. Havertz and Mount. Havertz and Mount were a little ineffective, but they were just like bees buzzing all over the pitch and just causing problems and creating space, pulling defenders all over the place, and it just meant that Lukaku had like the room to operate and whatever. So I thought Chelsea, you know, more than deserved the 2-0. Arsenal did have moments, in all fairness, but 2-0 was probably a fair reflection. Hard to see what Arsenal can do going forward, and yeah, I mean, it's what I really like about the streams is they're a bit chilled. Obviously, we can talk about whatever. I would love to talk more football. It's not a knock about having wrestling conversation, because I'm happy to do it. And I appreciate people joining us, so it's not a problem to do the wrestling conversation, but I would love to grow that more, talk more football, because I want to get more opinions involved. I want to get people, I want to get different people talking about, oh, I love this, don't love this, I want us to buy this player, I want us to go in this direction. Like, I know there's so many football fans out there that have got so many opinions, and yet we don't seem to be able to get too many to join us at the moment. But obviously it's new, it's only the second week of doing it, and hopefully eventually we build something very good and interesting, and like, you know, there's lots of, we're really good. We are amazing at wrestling theories and rumors and all this kind of stuff. Like, you lot know your stuff inside and out, right? Like, you lot are telling me stuff before it happens, and when ratings are coming through, and breaking news, and have you seen this post? And it's amazing. Like, this little community we've got is like a wrestling supercomputer. It's absolutely brilliant. So if you're into wrestling, I could genuinely say, oh, you should hang out with our community, knowing that people are going to have a great, great time. I know they'll have a great time because you lot know your stuff. And ideally, I'd like to be building that with like our little football community as well, because that's the kind of place I want to hang out. You know, I want to hang out with you lot and talk wrestling and talk about theories and talk about, you know, everything that's going on. Did you see this post? Did you see this rumor? Did you see this? Have you heard this theory? And it's good and it's fun. That's why we're all here. So, yeah, I think with the football stuff, I'm looking to kind of grow that with the football side of things. So, but just to be clear, I absolutely don't mind talking wrestling on those streams as well. I don't mind. It makes no difference to me. I'm sat there, do you know what I mean, watching the football. So it's kind of like if you had friends round, you know, if you had friends around your house and they started talking to you about something, like, you wouldn't go, can we keep it just football, please? I'm not going to do that. I'm not interested in doing that. I'm quite happy to talk football. There's people that can only join us at those times. You know, I had people jumping on going, I'm living in the UK. I can never make your streams at night. So can we talk this? Of course. God, of course you can. Yeah, absolutely. So, you know, I'm loving them. I'm loving the football streams. I'm really enjoying them. But I'm constantly open to ideas as to how to make them bigger, better, and whatever people want. So that's my football stuff. Joaquin said, what episode are you on The Walking Dead now? Same way as I was, but Joaquin, I'm on season 9, episode 5, and I haven't moved from there because I've obviously not had a chance over the past few days. Anyone that watches The Walking Dead would know, and you don't need to say, because you would know, that is actually quite a nice place to stop for a while. It's kind of got a little bit of a, sort of like the story does a bit of a, you could, if you wanted, close the book at that point. Season 9, episode 5, you could close the book there. And it would be relatively satisfying. You would be relatively satisfied. I mean, right now, I feel, not that I've completed The Walking Dead, I know I haven't, but I feel like I've got to a point where I can really concentrate on some other stuff. It's not like the story is in the middle of something. So, yeah, I'm there. So, I don't know quite when I'll start, like, the next episode and, like, start the next journey, if you will. But it ain't happening over the next couple of days, I know that much. Jim said, I watched a couple of animated histories by Cub Studios of both the WWE and WCW Championship and suggested you to narrate if they were to do a WWF European Championship. Oh, it's very interesting. I haven't heard about that. I like that. That's cool. That's nice. I like videos like that. I might try and check that out. Jim, shout out to you. Sania said, Days, Kane and Undertaker and other legends were spotted backstage yesterday. That's good. That's good. I mean, like, in all fairness, that's how you would use someone like The Undertaker, is by, you know, having him do meet and greets. He might have been at the meet and greet. I'm sure he was. I mean, you might fly him in and just have him backstage and have him just around, but, you know, you'd do him, like, have, like, TV appearances in the area. I'd put him on local news, you know, whatever, just ambassador stuff, just really helping the hype for SummerSlam, you know. That's kind of how you use him now. Will we ever see Mark Calloway come down to the ring? Yeah, I think so. I think that's going to be too difficult for him to not do. I mean, but I think he gets introduced as Mark Calloway. I think he comes down as Mark Calloway. I mean, like, I kind of feel like he retired The Undertaker. Could there be a flip? I suppose, could there be a moment where you see The Undertaker, like a little fleet in, the gong rings and he walks out and looks out at the crowd and nods his hat and then, like, walks away again? That could be a WrestleMania moment we could have in the future, definitely. And he'd do that as well, to feel it one more time, you know? Just to feel it one more time, but not matches. Not matches. I mean, I was saying, like, Mark Calloway could walk down to the ring to do, like, if they're unveiling a new championship. Do you know what I mean? Mark Calloway could come down to show it off. Whenever we get round to changing the Universal belt, 'cause we will, it won't be this forever, and we get round to changing the WWE Championship design, like, you could bring Mark Calloway down to reveal it, and that'd be quite nice. Something like that. I'm not sure you could do that as him dressed as The Undertaker. I'm not sure. But like at WrestleMania, you could have him definitely walk out. He's retired The Undertaker character. But that doesn't mean that we don't have to see it ever again. But take out of your head now the idea of another match. Take that out of your head. That is not what we're saying. We're just saying here, like, a moment. You know, like how WrestleMania 30 starts with Hogan in the ring, and then the glass breaks and down comes Stone Cold, and then just as you're watching these two legends face to face, if you smell, and then The Rock comes down, and it's just like you've got like the Holy Trinity. You've got, I mean, honestly, I think they should have brought. I don't know if Ric Flair was in their good books at that time, but it needed Ric Flair. That would have been it. That would have been it. Hogan, Flair, Rock, Stone Cold, all in the ring at the same time. I mean, we got three, but yeah, those four would have been amazing. One in each corner, a legend in each corner. That would have been amazing. So, but anyway, that's the kind of thing you could use him for in the future. I think Cole is leaving WWE. As he said, his Twitch isn't going anywhere no matter what, and Vince doesn't allow it. Am I right in saying that? I don't think so. I mean, if WWE want Adam Cole, then I don't know what arrangements they will make for Adam Cole. Right? If WWE are going to say, we want Adam Cole, part of that deal could be that he could keep his Twitch account, and that is a deal that they've got in the contract with Adam Cole. So, I don't know it depends how much they want him and how much they're willing to bend and what is in those negotiations, but I certainly wouldn't look at a Twitch account being an indicator that that's it, yeah, he's going to AEW. Yeah, I wouldn't do that. I think there's too much negotiation that can go on. And, there's too much that can change as well in the future. So, who knows? I mean, like, it could be that he agrees that the money or part of the money goes to WWE from the Twitch account. 50% goes to, yeah, okay, you can keep your Twitch account, but we get 50%. Any of those kind of deals could be getting struck behind the scenes. So I wouldn't read too much into it. King Rail said, could you see Taker in a similar role to Sting? I don't think I could see Taker. I could see Mark Calloway. I mean, the Undertaker character, the Dead Man character. Well, no. I think to see Undertaker... I mean, I can't imagine Undertaker coming down in the way that he walks and the way that he dresses. And, he's like the gongs and all this kind of stuff. Slowly making his way down, like, to manage someone. I kind of think that if he's going to do that, it's going to have to be a more human version of him. And I think, there's potential, if he wanted, to do something with Mark Calloway. Like, we all know that Mark Calloway is the Undertaker, and, we don't need, like, reminding of that. To the casuals, would it get a bit confusing? Maybe. But I kind of feel like the Ric Flair that gets wheeled out now is not the Ric Flair that I used to see. Do you know what I mean? Like, I just kind of feel like when you get to this age, that character's done, it's retired. I can't see him managing anyone as The Undertaker, not even if he's American Badass. I think that he is someone that you could bring out for, like, really special occasions, like unveiling a belt or WrestleMania, like real one-off stuff. But I don't even know how well he moves, to be honest. I don't know how, like, I don't think he's looking for any sort of a full-time schedule. He's just kind of, like, really walked away, and he's got his family and his kids, and No, I think he's done. To be honest, I really think he's done. I really think that that's it. But look, Vince and him have got a great relationship. It's not as if he's gone from WWE. He's an ambassador. He'll be in an ambassador role, and he's still got to go in the Hall of Fame. Don't forget that he's still not in the Hall of Fame. So I fully expect to see more of him and to see that character. I mean, he's going to have to walk out as something for the Hall of Fame class, isn't he? I mean, and whoever headlines the Hall of Fame always walks out as, like, the character, really, I suppose. Because, like, if you main event the Hall of Fame, you've got the other members of the class standing there, and then it's like, and then they get the final one. Do you remember Stone Cold? He got announced, and then he came out on that buggy and went racing around the ring on like a quad bike. Undertaker, if he main events, and he will, then there'll be the Gongs. Now, it could be the Gongs and Mark Calloway comes out and just waves in a suit. It could be that. Or it could be the Gongs and the dead man walks out, drops down to his knees, puts his hands in the air as fireworks go off in the background. Like, you've still got that to come. So I'm thinking more along those lines for Undertaker. Lauren said, I just got back home to Canada after 3 weeks in England. I missed SummerSlam, but I'm excited to spend Takeover with you guys. Aww, Lauren, this is where you say I really had a great time in England. Really recommend that everyone goes. The people are lovely. The food was great. I really, really enjoyed it. Like, just at any point, Lauren, just whenever you feel like, you want to pop that in, just, whatever. Lewis said, just wanted to say, Days, as I'm first in your fantasy league, you can just call me Pep. Lewis, congratulations. That's very impressive. Days, in my opinion, this is completely fair. SmackDown has Roman, Becky, Seth, Edge, Brock. They even have Cena till September 10th. And Raw has Logan Paul. That's really well said. Yeah. I mean, it's pretty much like that, isn't it? It's pretty much like that. Looks like Rampage ratings are 1.16. Is that confirmed, is it? 1.16. I think that's low, personally. I think that's low. Is that a live rating? Because with DVR, that will go up. But 1.16 is below what I was saying. I thought anything below 1.3. I said 1.3 to 1.5 would be good. And 1.6 to 1.8 would be exceptional. And I thought they would get exceptional. I mean, you bring back CM Punk. The biggest thing you can do, and you get a 1.16. I have to see what that number comes through as, but if so, I think that's low. Because that says to me that, I mean, how do you get Rampage above that number now? How are you? When are you ever going to do anything bigger than bringing back CM Punk? So that's quite scary, I think. That's quite scary. And I know a lot of people will say, yeah, but it's on so late. But CM Punk walked out right at the top of the hour. It's minutes after the end of SmackDown. It's minutes after Roman and Cena. So I'm not sure that I would agree that it was all that late. And the Friday night argument might be something, but again, SmackDown's going to have done over 2 million. I gotta tell you, if that is the number, I think that's low. Because how do you do anything bigger than CM Punk? And all the years of waiting, all the hype, that... You got to remember, Rampage is only in its second week. Getting 1 million in a second week isn't bad, says LSW. I have to disagree. I have to disagree because I just think that it's sort of, in my mind, irrelevant how long the show's been there when you're doing something as big as bringing back CM Punk. Like, CM Punk's come back to wrestling, and he was trending #1, and Cult of Personality was trending, and his back was trending, and he was trending all day, and there's no one in the internet wrestling community that didn't know CM Punk was coming back. There couldn't have been. You're not part of the internet wrestling community if you didn't know, right? And if everyone knew it was happening. So I have to believe that as many people in the internet wrestling community watched it as possible, because he trended all day, because he was top of the trending chart, because Cult of Personality is back, all that was trending. I have to believe. I mean, he was the #1 trend on Friday night. He trended all day, and he was the #1 trend on Friday night. And they still end up with a 1.1. I mean, that to me says Rampage. That is the absolute ceiling for Rampage. That is the absolute ceiling. Like last week they did 780,000, and now this week they did 1.1. But that is it. And just moments before, SmackDown did over 2 million. And when I say moments, I mean like minutes since SmackDown ends and then Rampage begins. People can say it's on a different channel. I don't know. I mean, the one thing I would agree is, I sitting here in the UK, I don't know how Fox compares to TNT, and maybe everyone has Fox and maybe only 50% of the country has TNT. I don't know. So maybe that's going to play a factor. But if you want to know, if you want to see the scale and the size of the fight that AEW have got, if you want to see how crazy it is that people are saying that AEW are gonna overtake WWE anytime soon, then if that number is true, that number gives you a real indication of where AEW is. They've brought back CM Punk, and they've done a 1.1, and that is a fact. That's a fact. If I don't know that it's a fact. Right now, I don't know that it's a fact. But if that number is confirmed, then it becomes a fact that they brought back CM Punk, who'd been away for 7 years. His name's been chanted, I don't know how many times. He's been rumoured, I don't know how many times. The whole internet wrestling community knew that he was returning, and they've done a 1.1. Fox is like BBC. It's only one BBC. Shout out to you, Chris. Colton said, Brian Alvarez said 3 years ago, Rampage ratings come in on Monday this week and every week. Okay, well, we'll see. We'll see what comes out. I mean, I'm very, very interested. I'm very, very interested to see what comes out. Part-Time said, I read an article, Rampage did 1.6. Listen, if it's done 1.6, that is brilliant. If it is 1.6, that is brilliant. That is a brilliant number. I go back to what I said. I think 1.3 to 1.5 is good, but I think 1.6 to 1.8 is exceptional. So I'm expecting exceptional. I think that I don't see any reason why you can't do exceptional. So if it is 1.6, that's fantastic. I would sit here and say that's fantastic. And that's 500,000 above the 1.1 that was just reported. But, well, we'll see, won't we? We'll see. It's really, really interesting. I honestly cannot wait to see what that number is, because I feel like I'm just throwing darts at a dartboard. Like, what's the number going to be? I don't know. How many people care about CM Punk returning? I mean, to me, I've never seen anything like it. Like, wrestling was just exploding. Wrestling, Friday night, owned Twitter. Pro wrestling owned Twitter on Friday night. And it wasn't even WWE. Like, so many posts, so many people that don't normally watch that were saying, like, where do I watch it? How do I watch CM Punk coming back? Like, the hype train was in full motion, So, I don't know. If it is Monday, we ain't got long to wait, have we? We'll find out tomorrow. I saw they did 1.8. I saw they did 1.16. I saw they did 963 billion. I heard they did 22.4. Yeah. Yeah. I've heard that it's 20. Just 20. 20 people tuned in, that's what I've heard. Push out the jive, bring in the love. I feel like that's a dance. Jacob said, I'm looking forward to the difference between SmackDown and Rampage to see how many people didn't go and watch Rampage straight after. I heard they did 17. Just 17. McLean said, I heard they did 0.0. LSW said, if it is 1.1, how wrestling explodes at this point, then I think that speaks for the state of wrestling. But that's a disaster. That's a disaster. If CM Punk coming back to wrestling gets a 1.1, that's a disaster. Yeah. Yeah, it does. I mean, you're right. It speaks about AEW, and it speaks about the state of wrestling. I can't think of anything bigger. They will have spent 12 million a year, and the first rating they would have got would have been a 1.1. I mean, Dynamite's done bigger ratings on a Wednesday. Dynamite at one point has done a 1.2, I'm sure. I'm sure of it. I might even done it a couple of times, actually, a 1.2. So they've had bigger ratings than that AEW. Look, we'll see. We'll see what it comes through as. What culture are saying 1.6, says Primetime J. If it's 1.6, that's excellent. Wrestling isn't that popular anymore. Guys, it's just all falling apart. I think there's only us here that like watching wrestling now. Oh my god. I've been planning this for a while. Will you marry me? I'm really honoured. I'm really honoured that you've asked me, and it gives me great pleasure to turn you down. It gives, honestly, to turn you down on such a public forum as well. It gives me great pleasure to do that. So, no, and I couldn't mean that no anymore if I tried. We don't know until tomorrow. It's just true. There have been so many smoke and mirrors in wrestling. I expect the first, the lowest, but people take a bit to get back. I can't say that I see, like, next week's Rampage being bigger than this one. I mean, yeah, word has got out there, but then, you know, are people going to come back a week later? I mean, I expect the number to be around, if it is 1.1, I expect the next number to be 1 million. Or maybe a 1.1 again. I wouldn't be expecting it to be a 1.3, a 1.4, a 1.5. I really feel like this first one was do you know what I mean? The first one was, whoa, here we are. Yeah. That kind of a thing. The next week will probably hold or dip a little. But then, I don't know. I was there on Friday. It's the best moment in wrestling by far, and I can barely talk. Oh, it was amazing. It's amazing. It was amazing, and it came across amazing as well. Like, it deserves to be an exceptional number. Like, they paid the money, they got the man, they laid the foundation. I thought the way they did it was amazing as well. I gave the show 10 out of 10. I'm desperately trying to get a shirt. I know the majority of you are desperately trying to get the shirt. Like, AEW absolutely knocked it out the park. But as LSW just said, that then is a real sign of where we are with wrestling. If that is the rating. And people will spin it. Everyone will tell you this is an amazing number. If it is 1.1, it's amazing. Second week of the show, Friday night, it's on a smaller network. Excuse. I ain't giving you them excuses. I ain't gonna throw excuses at you. I think if it is 1.1, that's a bad number. But doesn't change the fact that AEW knocked it right out of the park. Harley said, I looked on Twitter and an early estimate for Rampage is about 1.16. Let's see what it comes through as. Walker Danger says, Nikki Bella says she wasn't allowed to attend WWE SummerSlam and maybe it has something with Daniel joining AEW. Hey, I saw a video with Nikki Bella. Like, she was on this, like, red carpet after SummerSlam. It had SummerSlam in the background, I think. And the person was like, Nikki, can I just get a word? What did you enjoy about SummerSlam tonight? And Nikki stood there and she went, well, actually, I can tell you what I didn't enjoy. And, like, she had a bit of attitude. And she was like, I can tell you what I didn't enjoy. I didn't enjoy when that woman lost over there, pointed over to Bianca. She's like, you know, I saw someone that was so passionate about being champion and to have that championship taken away in just the few seconds and the way that it happened. Like, she really went off. And she's like, so, actually, I can't tell you anything that I enjoyed. Like, she was like, really, oh. You can look, but you can't touch. Do you think WWE is doing something different with Raw since they're loading up SmackDown with all the superstars? Do I think they're doing something different with Raw? Do I think they're doing something different with Raw? No. I don't think so. I don't think they're changing anything. I think that, I don't know how often Brock's going to be around. Cena's about to leave. Becky was always going to go where Seth was. Could there be a bit of a... I mean, USA could look at it and go, excuse me? So there could be like a bit of a draft or something like this that comes up, or they could shift a few things around. But no, I mean, I don't think they're going to do anything different. I think, yeah, SmackDown is stacked, but don't forget, Cena goes, Brock's going to be part-time. Becky, I don't know that she... I mean, they brought her back for a big SummerSlam moment, but I don't know that she's back. I mean, yes, she's got the belt, but are you going to see her every week on SmackDown now? Like, I don't think so. I think there'll be weeks where you don't see her. I don't think they're just going to drop her in the deep end. That's it. Becky Lynch is back every show. I would expect there to be weeks where she's not around so that they can kind of ease her back into the schedule. So I think they're probably looking at it going, we're losing Cena, Brock's not full-time, Becky we're easing back in, blah, 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 you know. So if you sit there and go, look at this name, look at this name, look at this name, look at this name, it looks stacked. And you could make an argument that there needs to be a little jig around, but I don't think there's anything massive, to be honest. I don't think they're really... Adam Cole could come up and go to Raw. You know, some of the NXT call-ups could go over there. And they might be looking at doing, like, having some space for them and putting them over there. Keeping them out the way of the legends or something, I'm not sure. Gozo said, with all the hype and how much people wanted CM Punk, I was expecting around 2 million, says Gozo. Always Big O says, Meltzer reporting 1.16 is most likely a huge number in the key demo, and said that rating on a Friday night is huge. Meltzer reporting 1.16 most likely with a huge number in the key demo, said that number in the US is huge. It's not huge. I'm not accepting that. I'm not accepting that spin, and I'm not accepting that because we know for a fact, and I'm benchmarking it against SmackDown, which is on just before that we know gets 2 million plus. 2 million plus for the show just before, not hours before, just before 2 million plus. So that's you know, I would say a wrestling show, a sports entertainment show, something that is as close a comparison as what you're going to get. And that's going to have done over 2 million. And now this show comes along and does a 1.1, and Meltzer's saying that's a big rating. Like, compared to what SmackDown's done, it doesn't marry up. I mean, compared to the other things that are on TV at that time, maybe it is a big rating. But this is, I mean, like, am I losing my mind here? Because this is CM Punk's return. This is the return of CM Punk. Like, what's bigger than the return of CM Punk? Like, CM Punk's return to wrestling. Big trending on Twitter. I mean, like, it's really eye-opening. It's really eye-opening. It's way below what I was expecting. Way below what I was expecting. And I think it'll be the same for a lot of people as well. I think a lot of people are going to look at that SmackDown number. They're going to look at that Rampage number, and it ain't going to look. It doesn't look good. It doesn't look good. The optics on it don't look good. Meltzer can say that it's a big rating, and he can spin it and do all that stuff. But the numbers are the numbers, and the truth is the truth, isn't it? And I'm not buying it. I'm not buying it that this is a good result. 25 minutes until the pre-show starts. Yeah, we haven't really spoke about NXT, have we? Days, people in the US will tell you it's a terrible time slot. It's the weekend. So I agree, it's good. You know, the show just before is SmackDown and it does over 2 million. Do you know this? That's what I know. 2 million. 2.2 million, actually. 2.2 million. Just before. Minutes before. That's what I know. Days, have you seen Nick Khan's interview on BT Sport? I started to watch the start and then ran out of time because I didn't have 20 odd minutes to sit down and watch it. It's quite a lengthy piece. Wrestler with Andy said, what do you think the rating would have been if Punk had returned on SmackDown? Oh. Well, to be perfectly honest, I don't know how much more they would have got, because we know that on a Friday night at that time, there's 2.2 million that are interested in pro wrestling, sports entertainment, right? We know that. Again, fact. We know that. They're sat there watching, yeah? Cena, Roman, they're sat there, remote in hand, watching. And that audience obviously are going to watch, you know, whatever WWE are going to show them on SmackDown. Now, with all the extra hype around CM Punk's return, how much more could you increase it from that 2.2? That 2.2 already is bringing in eyes because of Cena. So how much more would Punk's return increase? Like, how many members of the internet wrestling community don't watch SmackDown? I don't feel like the increase that I was expecting for AEW would be anywhere near as big as the increase I would expect for SmackDown. Like, I think that SmackDown would have increased. It's a shot in the dark again, isn't it? I mean, if that number's true, 1.1, that means that they've gone up 400,000. I have to think that 400,000 is probably a lot of WWE fans and casual fans that don't normally watch, but they might be a part of that 2.2. They might be a part of that 2.2, so I kind of think, like, it wouldn't be as much as the 400,000 increase that Rampage saw. So if it's 2.2, I don't think it goes to 2.6. Maybe you just 50% it and say it goes to 2.4. Something like that. Like, I'm basing it on the number that's being reported, that it went up by 400,000. If it went up by 400,000, I think AEW got a bigger increase than what SmackDown would have got, because I think a lot of people already are watching it. I mean, 2.2 million are watching SmackDown. So how many more people would they have got Whereas with Rampage, there's only 700,000 watching that. So the amount that you could increase, you could go up to 2.2. In my mind, there's 2.2 that are interested in some form of wrestling, sports entertainment that are sat there on a Friday night. So 2.2 is your level. And so Rampage at 700,000, it's gone to 1.1. But what does that 2.2 go up to? I mean, I'm guessing it goes up a couple of 100,000. But again, shot in the dark. You're basically getting an arrow and just throwing it into the darkness as to what that number would be. It's interesting thoughts, though, isn't it? It's interesting thoughts. Days, did you see that Nick Khan interview? Raw would benefit from being 4 hours and SmackDown being 8. Yeah, we mentioned it earlier. He was talking about like how it was about money in it. It's not that he wasn't being serious, of course. He was just saying like he would love the money. Money, money, money. Takeover's coming. It is, yeah. You wouldn't know it. You wouldn't know it. Takeover on the way. AEW YouTube uploaded 2 CM Punk videos from Friday. The first features his entrance that got 4.3 million. The second focuses on his speech, and that did 3.4 million. Gozo said, do you not think the publicity that WWE can do and also being seen there, the time could rise the number by a lot more? I don't know how much more publicity you could have got out of that Punk thing because he was trending all day. It was everywhere. Like, I don't think you could have really. I mean, he was early on Saturday. He was the number 10 trend. He was the number 10 trend. So I don't know. Maybe I mean, yeah, they've got a bigger machine. They have got reach. They have got different avenues. If they're announcing his return in advance rather than leaving it as a bit of a surprise, then I suppose they could have gone out and attracted more. But no, I really don't think that. I don't get the feeling that. I don't get the feeling that it would have gone much above that 2.2. I mean, I think Cena reaches more casuals anyway. I think CM Punk was always catering more to like the core audience, but that's why, in my mind, when I think about the internet wrestling community and I think about how many people are interested in wrestling, I look at like the 1.8 that Raw gets. I look at the 2 point whatever that SmackDown gets. Do you know what I mean? And I have that as my well, that is the potential limit. That is, I'm not just picking a number out the sky going, it's going to do 6 million, it's going to do 8 million. I'm looking at what wrestling shows, sports entertainment shows are actually achieving. And I know Raw gets 1.8, and I know SmackDown gets 2 or 2.2, and I know that there's that as a potential ceiling, if you want to call it that. But I know that that is the level of potential interest, with even a little bit more for people that aren't into the WWE product. I think if you're into WWE, I don't get why you wouldn't want to watch Punk return. And then also additional people that have left because they're not interested in the current WWE product, they, in my mind, would want to watch as well. And you've got the AEW fans as well. Like, you've just got all this happening. So for all of that, for everything that's been said to result in a 1.1, there is nothing that will move me from my position that is a bad number. Nothing. If you take all of that into account, this is potentially 12 million a year. CM Punk. I mean, I can't have been the only one expecting bigger than 1.1. Reggie said, it's a big number for a late night Friday night. It's not late night. I mean, late night if you want to say 10 o'clock late night, but again, it brings me back to the fact that Fox have done a 2.2. Now, there could be an argument, and I will hold my hands up to this and say there could be an argument here, definitely, that Fox is available in every home, whereas TNT is not. So that's something I don't know. I hold my hands up to that bit. I don't know the answer to that. If people are going to tell me you can only get TNT in like 70% of homes, I'll hold my hands up and say, fair play. That means then that I need to take that 2.2, reduce it by 70%, and then start looking a bit more at that ballpark. Or maybe it's 50%. So then maybe I have to look at it and take that 2.2 and say, okay, then maybe the 1.1 does work. I don't know that bit. So I hold my hands up to that. Says, even some NBA games struggle on a Friday. WWE has built a base for decades. Well, I mean, you make some good points. You make good points in regards to WWE has built a base for decades. That is absolutely true. Compared to AEW that don't have that. But to me, it's that's still irrelevant in my mind. That is still irrelevant. This is the return of CM Punk to wrestling. CM Punk coming back to wrestling. I keep coming back to these same points because nothing's going to move me from it. That the whole internet wrestling community, the whole IWC, knew for a long, long time that this was happening. So if you're part of the internet wrestling community and you wanted to watch this, you were surely tuning in on that at that time. And again, 2-odd million tuned into SmackDown minutes before. So we know that there's that level of interest in wrestling or sports entertainment is there at that time. It is there at that time. The number will come through at 2 million, 2.2. So the interest, people sat watching TV at that time, we're talking minutes. Like, SmackDown ended, Rampage started, and they started with CM Punk. They brought Punk out at the start to try and get some of that 2.2. Like, they know it's late. They know leaving it till 11 o'clock was not the wise thing to do at that time. They started with Punk, brought him out early, tried to get the buzz on Twitter. Anyone that had drifted away, hopefully if they went to their phone, they would have seen. Gone back to the TV, whatever it might have been. Surely you're taking the whole AEW audience. You're taking the whole of the internet wrestling community. You're taking all the CM Punk fans, or as many as possible. Like, if you're a CM Punk fan and you didn't hear that CM Punk was coming back, this thing had been. They joked after it was the worst kept secret in wrestling. Like, there was all of this information around. And I keep coming back to the fact that if the end result is a 1.1, like, I don't care about NBA. NBA's on every week during the season, right? So I don't care about NBA. We are talking about something we've waited 7 years for. We're talking about the biggest thing in wrestling. We're talking about something that should move the dial drastic. Like, there's nothing bigger. I mean, apart from bringing The Rock back, who's got more market appeal right now, bringing back CM Punk was always seen as the nuclear option. It was always like, can you imagine if they got Punk? Can you imagine if they got Punk? Like, that was always the nuclear option. The fact that AEW have managed to do a bigger rating than this should have been AEW's biggest rating. This should have been AEW's biggest rating. But the Dynamites have done bigger than this. I mean, if CM Punk coming back gets a 1.1, then that says to me this Friday night slot is a graveyard. It says to me that if CM Punk gets 1.1, what the flip are they going to do? How are they meant to be any competition? How are they ever going to get to 1 point? How are they ever going to get to the 2 million of SmackDown? How are they ever going to do that? How are they ever going to get to Raw? So we say how bad Raw is, and that gets 1.8. How are they ever going to get to that number? How are they ever going to get to that number when CM Punk's just done a 1.1? It's honestly way below what I was expecting, and I know people are going to spin it, and they're going to tell you that this is good number, and there's going to be people like trying to make out that, oh yeah, this is really good and all this. I'm not buying it. I'm really, really, really not buying it. If this was a normal weekly show, if they'd just done a 1.1 in a normal week, I'd be like, yes, this is a good number. That's where I would agree. If they hadn't done anything, if they'd have just done Omega versus Jungle Boy, and they did a 1.1, yes, it is a good number. In that regard, it is a good number. But rumors are they've spent $12 million a year to bring in CM Punk. Not a good number. 1.1. Like, no, I'm not buying it. I'm not buying it. It's very, very interesting. Shout out to Reggie Simmons, because this is no knock of you. It's very, very interesting hearing people's perspectives on it, and seeing what people think of that number, and seeing, like, you know, people saying that it's on a different network, it's on late night Friday night, comparing it to other shows, all this kind of stuff. But I still stand firm my ground, and I still stand by the fact that this is, if it was a normal weekly show, then yes, I agree, good number. It's one of the most exceptional things you could ever do. CM Punk can only come back once from being away for 7 years. You can't bring him back. You can't bring him back again. And there is no one else. There is no other CM Punk that you can bring back. So how are you ever going to get Rampage to any number bigger than that? It really shows how far away they are from WWE. That's what it does to me. It shows that they're really, really far away. I mean, what the number would be, I do agree, the number would be interesting had they have brought Punk out at 8 o'clock. If they'd have gone up against SmackDown. But then, you know, how much would SmackDown have hurt them? I still think people would have tuned in to have seen Punk and then switched back to SmackDown. But I don't disagree that the number would have been bigger had it have moved and been a little bit earlier, a couple of hours earlier. But I still stand by the fact that we know that SmackDown's getting 2.2 million, and that was, you know, as that ends, Punk walks out on the other channel. So, this is going to be one. This is going to be one that there's going to be a lot said about. You can hear it now, can't you? You can hear it now. The fact that we're here, sat before NXT Takeover, and we've literally spent about an hour on it or whatever, kind of shows that this is going to be the talk. This is going to be the talk of the internet wrestling community. But I know that people are going to ask, what's your opinion on that 1.1? And I'm really going to struggle to see anything change my mind. The fact that Dynamite has done bigger, the fact that SmackDown had done 2 million and was on just before, the fact that this is the nuclear option, this is the CM Punk button, this is like dropping the nuke in World War II. Do you know what I mean? This is game changing, massive. Took over Twitter, took over the internet wrestling community. There's nothing big. It's the biggest thing. It's the nuclear option, and it's a 1.1. Check Twitter for the NXT stage. Okay. This will be nice. Let's go for a palate cleanser. Let's cleanse the palate. Let's have a look at an NXT stage. Bum 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 bum. NXT stage. NXT. Where? I put in NXT stage and it's not coming back with anything. This. Looks pretty standard, to be honest. Kind of looks pretty much like normal. I mean, I think they've just put a 3 and a 6 in front of it. I think that's pretty much the way that it normally looks. There we go. Oh, I thought it was going to be something like an aeroplane or something like this. The average WWE fan doesn't care about CM Punk. Oh, don't say that. Don't say that. Oh, I mean, like, is that where we are now? The average WWE fan. I mean, maybe you're right. Maybe you're right. Maybe now all that's left is 1.1. and instead we've just got 2 million that love dripsticks and lily dolls. I don't know. This is what I say. It's going to be. You might want to bury your heads for a couple of days, let me tell you, because tomorrow, I mean, it's like early number break-in tonight. Tomorrow, once it gets confirmed, it's going to be everywhere. Might just do this. Might just, like, duck out the way. I've said my piece, right? I've heard what people have said, and I might just do this now and just have a little look around. Is it safe to come out yet? Fox is free. TNT is cable. Everyone's got Fox. Half of us don't have cable. It's not really numbers, though, is it? Half of us don't have cable. Yeah. I mean, like, I don't know what the actual percentage is. When all is said and done, do you think that WWE buying WCW did more to hurt wrestling than it did to help wrestling? I don't know, because WCW went out of business before WWE bought them. Like Turner merged, didn't it? With, was it Time Warner and Turner merged or something? I can't remember who merged, but a couple of companies merged, and Ted Turner lost his power and lost his say. And as soon as Ted Turner was out the picture, we don't want the wrestling show. WCW was done. Don't want it. I mean, the booking had gone sour. And I think a few relationships were strained. I think Ted Turner had been battling for a long, long time to keep it on the network. And as soon as that merger came in, that was it. So, like, WCW, like, lost. Not because WWE like bought them, or it didn't end because WWE bought them. Like, they went out. It was the merger that finished it. So, did that kill wrestling? I would say yeah. Because, you know, WWE was being forced to put out a product. But I do also think it was a sign of the times as well. It was a sign of the times, wasn't it? I mean, we know that, like, Vince Russo was booking the Attitude Era to be like Jerry Springer, to be like South Park, to be like that trash TV. Crash TV, wasn't it called Crash TV? It was just kind of like, you know, you've got like new metal coming through, Eminem emerging around that time. So, I mean, think about Eminem, and when Eminem was doing like Slim Shady and stuff like that, it was a real sign of the times. There was that attitude around at the time. It was kind of a bit, it was a little bit, just a little bit like punk rock, you know, like punk back in like the late 70s, when there was like this real movement where people were spiking their hair and they were like wearing whatever they wanted to wear, and it was all about, you know, kind of not conforming and breaking away, and like it had like this whole, you know, it had its own music style, and it was all, you know, like the Sex Pistols, and it was just kind of, it was its own movement, it was its own time. It kind of felt like the late 90s was that way as well, but just a little more of a mainstream version. Punk was a bit niche. Not everyone was into it. It was a niche movement, but it was around. Whereas in the 90s, it was more of a mainstream attitude, where you've got like Jerry Springer and you've got South Park, and, you know, the attitude that South Park was bringing, and you had like Eminem with Slim Shady, and you know, we went into the likes of new metal and Limp Bizkit coming around at that time. There was just that was the time. That was the time, and wrestling was able to kind of reflect that time. And for the first time in a long time, it actually represented the attitude that was out there, and it represented the culture that was out there. And as a result of being in harmony with that culture, the ratings exploded. But I think wrestling right now, I mean, what is the culture right now? I honestly don't know. I don't know what this generation, because of the internet, everyone's so many different interests. There's so many different, it's just kind of exploded. it kind of felt before, like, with trends, everyone was largely doing the same things back in the day. Do you know what I mean? Like, I think about the 60s, and I think about mods and rockers, and I think about the way that, you know, Beatles and hippies and all that kind of stuff. Like, you had all those movements. And you've got those tags because people weren't as exploring as many different interests as now because the internet wasn't around. And, you know, if you picked up a magazine, that was probably your only source of information. You know, you didn't have thousands of different websites. You had a few magazines. And if the magazines are telling you this is in fashion and you're seeing everyone doing it, you kind of go along with the crowd. And it kind of feels like trends were a bit more obvious and a bit more of a bigger mainstream deal. So that's where you've got like mods, rockers, hippies, things along those lines. Then you go into the 70s, flared trousers, platform shoes, do you know what I mean? Disco music. Then you go into late 70s with punk. Then you go into like the 80s, and then you've got like, you know, the young businessmen in London, the new wave in 80s as well. You've got the arrival of dance music in like the UK, kind of coming through. You got obviously like hip hop that's kind of coming through. I know a lot of this is like music related, but music kind of, you know, is a sign of trends. They do kind of marry up quite a lot throughout history. I mean, you go into like the 90s here in Britain, we had Britpop with Oasis and a lot of the British bands like Blur and everything, and that was a sign of the times in the mid-90s. Going into then the kind of attitude, edgy, new metal stuff. But I don't know what you say it is now. I mean, right now it's what? It's hip-hop everywhere, isn't it? It's like Cardi B, it's Bad Bunny, it's K-pop, it's, I don't know. I mean, I don't know how wrestling kind of positions itself to be like that now. I don't know how wrestling can get with the times because it's harder to say what the times are now. So was that a turning point? Absolutely. Yeah, they stopped having competition, but I think there's other things that happened. I think they fell out of sync with the times. But I think that's because since the internet came along, it's harder to know what the times are, what the trends are. You know, the world is kind of, everything's global now because of the internet. Whereas before, you know, you kind of had specific trends and people were easily influenced by less. And now there's more. There's just more. There's more of everything. So it's really interesting. You could explore that for a while. And now, but let's not. And now, pre-show. I must admit, when I first saw the Capitol Wrestling Center, I was really impressed. I love the edgy feel of the Capitol Wrestling Center, but it very quickly lost its edge. I mean, there was things that I wasn't a big fan of, and they quickly proved to continue to annoy me. Kind of like how the corrugated, how the plexiglass has got the chain link fence behind it, but the chain link fence isn't attached to anything, and it just kind of shakes with the plate. It's just there for show. That bugged me. The other side round, the one side that doesn't have plexiglass up, that bugged me. The lack of an audience. That bugged me. They did make a few changes to get even more people in. That helped, but you don't see that many people. As I'm looking right now, there's, 6 rows back or something. Like, you don't see that many people compared to when they were at Full Sail. And I'm guessing that's something they're going to want to change. If I was them, I really would look at moving the hard cam. I would look at moving the hard cam. Because I think if you've got the hard cam here, then in front of you, you can only have about 6 rows. If you move it around to this side, I think it does go back further. You could have like a really big stand. So that would mean that on camera, you've actually got like quite a big stand and a lot of people. And that's going to just bring so much more energy that's going to kind of come over, I really would look to move the camera, but hey, that's them. That's on them, innit? Forever Yeet said Brock should crush Roman and carry the title forever. What's your favourite match tonight? My favourite, the match I'm most looking forward to is Volta versus Dragunov. So I'm looking forward to that. I'm looking forward to that. I think that tonight's going to be good. I am looking forward to the change. I am looking forward to seeing them make the changes here. I'm really intrigued by it. I'm really intrigued by it. To me, NXT lost its way when it went from being on the network for an hour and it went to being on thingy for 2, on the USA Network for 2. So, to me, that's where we started to drift away. They made it longer, and we started to see everyone every week, and they started to hotshot things. If we're gonna get more light in there, we're gonna get more people in there, we're gonna focus on some new younger talent. I'm really interested in it. I'm interested. I think a lot of people will tune in to see what the new NXT is like. So it'll get a nice little rating, but I don't think those people will necessarily stick around. I think a lot of it will be the intrigue, and then of course people will go, right, yeah, get it, and then move on with their lives. But I am genuinely intrigued. Like, what are they going to change? What is it going to look like? How do they change it? Like, is it just here we are, like new brand, like, or is it just a fresh coat of paint? Like, how do they change it? It's going to be interesting. I know CM Punk debuted, but where is CM Pink? I want a segment with CM Pink, CeeLo Green, and D'Lo Brown. Do you know, someone said the other day, where's CeeLo Green gone? And I was like, where has CeeLo Green gone? He's not a wrestler. He was in Niles Barkley. You remember that crazy song? I think you're crazy. He was one of them. It was him and Danger Mouse that did that. And he was around a lot. He was around for quite a bit. And then someone just met... It was one, those random tweets that you read sometimes. Just like someone went, does anyone know where CeeLo Green has gone? I was like, where has CeeLo Green gone? It's just one of them names that I haven't thought about in about 5 years. I remember that song being massive. That crazy song. I think I'm great. I can't sing right now. My voice is gone. I said Chelsea Green. Yes, but I said CeeLo Green. What are the chances happening tonight? 81 million, not a percentage. 81 million, not a percentage. TNT is in 89.6 homes. Fox is in 299 million homes. Okay. Well, that's interesting. I mean, that is interesting. That is not numbers that I was aware of. So, what would that be? I mean, that's less than a third, isn't it? So that is interesting. Credit to you for that. Who put that in? Esteban, shout out to you. Danger Mouse from the cartoons did well for himself. Nando said, "I'm still mad about Bianca." Yeah, I'm not impressed by Bianca. Gerald said, "What will happen to Pete Dunne and Adam Cole now that their contracts have expired?" Don't know. I don't know. That was kind of food for. I mean, Pete Dunne, I don't think moves the dial. I'm a big Pete Dunne fan, and I don't want to see him go. But if he ended up going to AEW, I don't think Vince is losing any sleep. And honestly, Pete Dunne, wherever he goes, is going to be, just fine. He's a great wrestler. So if he goes to AEW, there's matches there for him. If he stays in NXT, there's matches there for him. So I'm not worried about Pete Dunne. In regards to Adam Cole, we spoke a little bit about that earlier. I mean, I think he stays with WWE. I don't know that he stays with WWE, but I think they will have offered him good money. I think, reports were Vince likes him, and I think if Vince likes you, that's 90% of the battle done, isn't it, really? If Vince likes you and he's going to give you money and he's going to tell you that you're going to main event WrestleMania and you're going to get a push and they're going to build towards this and that and all of this, That's going to be a hard thing for Adam Cole to walk away from. Adam Cole can go to AEW pretty much whenever he wants. That is a door that is always open to Adam Cole. Being in WWE is not a door that is always open to you. So if I'm Adam Cole, I am staying with WWE probably for as long as I can. So if I'm Adam Cole, and I'm only talking about like if I'm Adam Cole, but if I'm Adam Cole, I'm staying in WWE because anything goes wrong, AEW are having me, right? If something goes wrong in AEW, say I'm unhappy 'cause, like Punk's being pushed and Daniel's being pushed and Bray's come in and I'm just not getting the TV time that I want and I don't feel that I feel like I'm not being utilized. The WWE door won't necessarily be open. It might be, could be. I don't know that it is though. So for me, big money, Vince making big promises, main event WrestleMania, build to a title match, all this kind of stuff, win the Royal Rumble, whatever's being said, I'm pursuing that. I'm doing that. And then, I might not do that forever. And in all fairness, if he gets himself over in WWE and they gets to a big thing, he's only making himself more valuable to AEW anyway. If he goes now, his value is X. If he goes after being on the main roster and having tons of exposure, his value is much higher. So I wouldn't go. I would go main roster if I'm Adam Cole. And I'm not saying that because I'm saying main roster of WWE is better. I'm saying it because I just think that you explore that until that opportunity sours, or right now he could go to the main roster and he could get everything Vince has promised. He could get a big contract. He could get treated well. He could be treated with credibility like Roman. I'm not saying they'll use him like Roman, but Roman isn't using dripsticks, is he? Do you know what I mean? Roman's not messing with dripsticks, not playing with lily dolls. So, there is scope for Adam to have the conversation saying, I want to be used this way. I don't want to be like The Miz on moist TV and all this kind of stuff. I don't want to do that. I want to do the Roman stuff. I want to do the credible stuff. If you can tell me that you'll use me that way and I'll be used, and you're giving me a very, good contract here, and you're telling me I'm going to be at WrestleMania, I'm going to be, there's going to be creative for me, I will sign this. I'll sign the contract, knowing that I can always go to AEW. Would you like Davey Boy Smith Jr. to beat Volta? Would you like Davey Boy Smith Jr. to beat Volta? Would I like Davey Boy Smith Jr. to beat Volta? I would. Yeah, I would take that. I think that he's been away for a long time. He is old. He's not like a young guy. But I think if we are going to do anything with him, then we need to make a statement. We need to make a statement. We need to quickly make a statement. This is someone that we're serious about. And if Volta loses to Ilja tonight, then him losing again, you can easily explain as... Has Volta ever lost? I don't know if he's ever actually lost, now I think about it, in WWE. I don't know that he's ever lost since he came in. But, anyway, if he does lose, that's done with, isn't it? His title is gone, and you can easily explain it that, he's in a rut now. Now that his confidence has been knocked, he thought he was unbeatable. So you can easily explain it away, and it does give Davey a win. And there's only a couple of people that have ever beaten Volta, Ilja and Davey Boy Smith Jr. Volta can explain it. The Ilja loss, knocked his confidence, and that's why he lost to Davey. And but it still doesn't take it away from Davey. Davey still would have got that, and it'll be a nice little push for him. I don't know that I want Davey to be the one to take the title. I've said all along, after that match last year, Ilja should be the one. He had a hell of a match. Hell of a match. He was absolutely brilliant in that match. It's going to be amazing tonight. Him and Imperium lost at Worlds Collide. He was pinned at Survivor Series, but that doesn't really count. Yeah, I mean, more like one-on-one, not like tag matches or Survivor Series. Like, has he been in a match where he lost? I mean, your points are all true. Yes, he's been pinned. That is, yep, you are right. And I had forgot that he was pinned at Survivor Series, which sucked, by the way. Really sucked. But, yeah, I don't know that he's lost, like, in a singles match at all. Like, I'm talking even non-title. But then I don't watch, like, NXT UK every week, so I'm not sure. Days, what are some of the opponents you want to see Brock face now that he's back? I would like to see Lashley, of course, but also Keith Lee. I would like to see Lashley, of course, but also Keith Lee. Lashley, yeah. Keith Lee, sure. It's difficult. I haven't really given it any thought, and I'm trying to go through some names, and there's not really any that are inspiring me. I mean, I could say Karrion, but we've got such a long way to go to build up Karrion. I don't know if there really feels like anyone that's ready. I mean, have we seen Drew? We saw Drew last time. That sucked. I don't know, man. I don't know. I think that it's difficult. That's difficult. I don't really have any names, and that's a concern, isn't it? Damian Priest. I mean, I'd watch it. Am I going to be like crazy excited for it? If the build is done well, but Nakamura would be good. They've got a history. Nakamura and Brock faced each other in New Japan. So there is a history there, but I don't know. It's just no big red hot baby faces, is there? Karrion going to take work. Keith's going to take work. Big E would be good. Big E would be good, but I feel like he's gonna take work. I don't know. I just don't feel like there's a red hot baby face. Owens Lesnar has potential. Yeah. Owens has lost quite a lot though. He's we've seen in. For me, Lesnar's an end boss, isn't he? Lesnar is either the champion or he's the end boss. So you build up Finn Balor and you have Balor win the title, give Balor some momentum, then you would give him Lesnar. But I can't think of a row of people that are ready for Lesnar. Maybe it's just my perspective's wrong, but I've got Lesnar as an end boss. And I'm looking at Balor, and he's not won a world title. I'm looking at Big E, he's not won a world title. I'm looking at Nakamura, and he's not won a world title in WWE. I'm looking at Damian Priest, and he hasn't won a world title. I'm looking at all these baby faces, and they've not even won the world title once. I mean, Balor won the Universal and had it for 24 hours, if you want to count that. But I see Brock as being the person that destroys champions. He's come back and he's just gone straight face to face with Roman Reigns. He's just found the biggest person in the yard and just gone right up to their face. So I think that I think that it's a real sign that we don't have that big red hot baby face that's won championships that's ready for Brock. I mean, we're having to sit here and say Keith Lee, Big E. I don't know. Eric said Nakamura has heat with Lesnar from New Japan. He does, yeah. I remember him saying in his book about how he actually cried after he faced Brock because he couldn't believe that someone that was being pushed that just didn't have the respect for wrestling that he did. Like, Brock apparently was just showing up, doing what he had to do, and just going, and wasn't interested in meeting the fans or anything like this. And Nakamura was so pained and upset and frustrated, and it was just so completely against what he respected, He said in his book he burst into tears. It was quite an insightful segment. I remember it was the talk of the town for a day or two when his book came out. It was a good few years ago now. I think it was around about 2018, actually, this was. So it's a long time ago now. But yeah, they faced each other at Wrestle Kingdom. I think it was Wrestle Kingdom, wasn't it? Scales says, Balor won a title. In addition, you've got Roman beating Brock to get to Rock. You've got Roman beating Brock to get to Rock. Yeah. The only thing I would say about Rock, though, is that Rock isn't coming back, is he? I mean, Rock... I don't even know when Rock's last match was. Was it WrestleMania 32 in a 7-second match against Rowan? Like, Rock's just not a thing. If he comes back, he's coming back for one reason, and that is to face family. So I don't really class Rock as like an end boss, because I don't really class him as an active wrestler at all. Whereas Brock is someone that we've seen have many matches over recent years. So, you know, I mean, Brock is now back for 3 years, apparently. So I see Brock as being that end boss. And I wish like Drew, for example, had still got the title and no one had beaten him, and now Brock's back. And, you know, we build towards the Drew-Brock rematch. You know, he beat him for the belt. And Brock's been away. He's, you know, changed a few things, learnt a few new things, and he wants his belt back, kind of a thing. You could have told that story, maybe. Or, well, you wouldn't even have to have told it now. You could have told it, you know, after Roman. But there isn't anyone, is there? There isn't anyone. But yeah, definitely Lashley. Definitely Lashley. Right, we've got Trey Baxter. Brock Volta would be good. It would be good. I'd be down for that. Right, here we go. Riddle. I'd definitely take Riddle. But he needs a world title first, for me. But I suppose you could do it as a match. I mean, even if he loses that match, Riddle, like, as long as he puts in, like, a really competitive match, you can still make stars with a loss. You can still make stars with a loss. So, you know, if he loses, but he looks brilliant, like, he really pushes Brock to his limit, and it's a really competitive match, but he ends up just falling short, I haven't got a problem with that. I'd be all right with them. That would be all right for Riddle, actually. Maybe that's the kind of thing they'd have to do. They'd have to do that with Karrion as well and things. You know what I mean? Right, here's Ridge Holland. Ridge Holland's back. Yeah, he's been back a little bit. If they keep Brock a babyface and Kevin Owens turns heel, that could be a great match. Kevin Owens has proven his heel gimmick can be red hot, says Peter Griffin ate my cookies. I would just struggle to believe that Owens is any kind of problem for Brock. Just because I've seen Owens stop-start, you know, face Roman, and I don't know. Owens just doesn't have much momentum for me. He's been feuding with, like, Sammy, and the matches have been fine, but there hasn't been any exciting. I just don't feel that. I feel that Kevin Owens is a wrestler. Could you imagine Kevin Owens in AEW? I feel like Kevin Owens is a wrestler trying to make it in a sports entertainment world. Like, I just don't think they quite marry up. I just kind of feel that Kevin Owens with attitude. I mean, like, imagine Owens in AEW. It would be immense. It would be incredible. He would just bring out that kind of, do you know what I mean? Kevin Steen. Just putting people through tables and not caring, and just it'd be amazing. Him against, like, Ambrose or Moxley, and him against Omega, and he would be a dream pickup for AEW because he brings that mainstream appeal as well. Nice step up in Seguri. So, yeah. Oof. Duck underneath. Headbutt to the back of the head, and Baxter goes down. Apparently, we've only got 6-7 minutes till we go into the main show. That's flown by. But yeah, I don't know that the sports entertainment Kevin Owens is quite would make me believe this. I mean, I'd imagine Brock would win that comfortably. Rich Holland does one. Rich Holland wins. Fridge Holland. That was quick. Rich Holland about to get onto the microphone. Timothy Thatcher, I hope you're paying attention. This is a direct look into your future. There we go. Rich Holland wins. Well, if Roman and Brock are a team, like an old school team, and Brock goes and gets the title from Bobby, and they both hold the title under Heyman, which leads to a unification down the road. Would be interesting. We were talking about that earlier, about who could face them. And someone said RK Bro, and I really like the idea, actually. I still don't know that Riddle and Orton, because we saw Orton get battered by Brock at SummerSlam. So, I don't know. I don't think they're any kind of match. I mean, you're talking Brothers of Destruction are one of the only teams I could think that could match them. I mean, that would just be terrifying, wouldn't it? Brock and Roman, they would just dominate everything. But that might not be a bad thing if you then do build up to them versus RK Bro. That would be good. But we are so far down a theory hole that we need to kind of get back out a little bit now, I think. Brock versus Cole in a few years. Brock does great versus smaller guys, says Anthony. That would be good. 5 minutes to go. Doing the math, Fox is 3.36. 2 million in the households. 2 million. 3.36 would be 595. Yeah, I mean, I still... It's really interesting information, right? And it does make me think a bit more about it, to think that TNT is 3.36 times smaller than Fox. Because I'll hold my hands up and say I didn't know that. I didn't know that. But I still stand by the fact that we're talking about a lot of wrestling fans, the whole internet community, AEW. The fact that AEW have done a bigger rating on a Wednesday, I know that they can get a bigger rating. People can say it's Friday night and all this kind of stuff, but Dynamite has done 1.2 plus. I know it has. So the fact that it's coming through at 1.1 means that it's not even the biggest AEW rating. So it's low. It's low. Nothing will change my opinion that it's low. I said that 1.3 to 1.5 is what would be, I think, would be a good mark. I think they would have took that, and then above that is exceptional. And it's coming through at like a 1.1. Now, Rampage did a 7.4. So, I mean, we know that Dynamite can do above a 1.1. we'll see the fallout. Let's see what the number comes through as. Let's see what the I mean, I don't even know what that number is. I don't know if that is without... I'm guessing it's without DVR. But if you add in DVR numbers as well, you could get to that 1315 with DVR numbers. So we'll see what the full breakdown comes through as. How long do you think Brock's contract is? Well, rumors were, someone mentioned earlier, I think it was Anthony actually mentioned that it was 10 million across 3 years. This is the last takeover as we know it. Feels like goodbye, and I'm hoping for the best. Only two people that could take Brock and Roman would be John Huber and Eric Redbeard. That would have been good, actually, if they were still around as the Bludgeon Brothers. That would have been good. Right, we're just looking at Samoa Joe at the moment. So we've got Samoa Joe. Days, how disappointing was SummerSlam? I was underwhelmed by it. Well, it's one that splits opinion. I've had people telling me that I've disrespected SummerSlam by giving it a 6.5. And then I've got people like you saying that you were really underwhelmed by it. It's one that really splits opinion. So I think that if you are someone that is excited that Becky's back, you don't care about the Bianca thing, if you love the main event, you love that Brock's back, you think the Miz segment's just a bit of fun, there was no bad matches, you know, there was nothing that offended you in Alexa's match, so that was fine. Stadium, it was a crowd, like you just loved it all. I can understand why people are like 8, 8.5, 9. I can understand it. I can understand it. But then, as I keep saying, I can understand people saying like, Becky's return was ruined. I'm not interested in Brock. Charlotte's champion again. The Miz segment was awful. The Alexa match was awful. No match really knocked it out the park. Maybe outside the main event. You know, I can understand that perspective as well. I mean, I've said there are people that have turned around and said they're walking away from WWE for a while, because like they were so underwhelmed. So it's one of them, isn't it? Some people loved it, some people didn't. I kind of fell in the middle. I thought, for me personally, the main event and the ending really saved it. Really saved it. Right. We are all governed. Here we go. NXT, baby. Takeover about to begin. So weird only having a half an hour kickoff show. I'm sat here mentally prepared for this to be a long thing. Up, then it's up, then it's up, then it's stuck. Kross or Joe? I'm going for Joe, as it could kickstart his NXT career for a second time. First being Finn Balor. I'm going for Joe. I think, you know, if you look at it logically, you this could be someone that you just feed to Karrion, just to make his reign feel even bigger. I could understand that, but I think it's more likely that Karrion's just going to go to Raw and concentrate on Raw. So I agree. I think that this is Joe's second reign. It's stupid that Takeover isn't on in an arena. Hello, Warsaw Till I Die. Hope you're well. Weekly WWE TV is unwatchable for me at this point. Pay-per-views only for a while, says Lewis. Brian to show up tonight and shock the wrestling world, says Tommy. Esteban said, I'm not sure, but if you can tell, but I'm a stats guy. Esteban, it's a good thing to be. The facts are the facts and the numbers are the numbers. So it's I appreciate it. as I said, very, very interesting, the numbers that you found there. Very interesting. Seth said it was a little bit boring. The Alexa Bliss stuff was super awful. D-Gamer said, I'm actually very excited for this card. I think this will probably be a lot better than SummerSlam because I've never seen a takeover that doesn't have banger matches. Austin said, I'm going with Kross. I think with the new direction for NXT, Joe is not a young and new talent, so I see Kross retaining. What if I counter it? What if I counter it by saying Kross goes to the main roster and one of that new young talent has to prove itself, rise above the pack, and defeat the old pro Samoa Joe, which would instantly give them some credibility to be able to get the title off Samoa Joe. Instantly makes them a credible young talent. You have Odyssey Jones beat Samoa Joe for the title. Like, I mean, granted, you can make the argument Odyssey Jones beat Karrion Kross, he becomes someone as well. But I'm just saying, it's not the end of the world, is it? If Kross goes to the main roster and Joe wins the belt, carries it as we go into this change, and then at the start of this change, one of those young talents kind of prove themselves. But I see you thinking. Do you see Kane or Undertaker returning to face Roman? No, I don't. I don't care about the content. All pay-per-views are entertaining because I watch along with you. Alex, shout out to you, buds. Here is Sparkly Beth Phoenix. Wade Barrett says Volta and Ilja are going to blow the roof off the place. Beth Phoenix says, all the caffeine in the world can't match the energy here at the CWC. Okay. What's first? Right, we're starting with LA Knight. Money. Dun, 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 dun. Ted DiBiase making his way out. Dun, 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 dun. I can see Joe winning because they might have Kross go to Raw, but I'm still rooting for Kross. Oh no, there's a bin. $1 million bin. Why is there $1 million bin? Here comes Cameron Grimes in his butler costume. Oh, they're going to throw the butler costume away. Yeah, that's why the bin's there. Cameron Grimes taking off the butler suit. Oh, he's got $1 million sparkly vest top on. Oh, brilliant. Sparkly $1 million. This is great. That's great from Cameron Grimes. He looks great. That looks great. He's got a vest, sparkly vest, black. It reminds me very much of kind of like $1 Million Man's suit that he wore. But it's got the black vest, gold collar, dollar signs either side. And then he's got like the shorts that are sparkly. And it's got the dollar sign on. He looks like the $1 Million Man's protege. This is good. Yeah, this is good. This looks really good. This is an interesting package, you know. I wonder if Vince would look at this and think, oh, I could do something with this. Like, you could do something with this. It reminds, obviously, hits like the Ringmaster. Do you know what I mean? I'm not saying that Cameron Grimes is the next Stone Cold, but I'm just saying they did that with him, didn't they? Here's LA Knight. Days, I got recommended a video. Days gets revenge on Seth when you broke the wardrobe. I couldn't stop laughing. How weird that it recommended that. Really did break it as well. Can I just say, I miss Ted DiBiase Jr. Yes, I do. Yeah, legacy. LA Knight making his way down. My money is on Grimes. Yeah, I've got Grimes. Who do you think wins? I've got Grimes. LA Knight looks in great shape, doesn't he? He looks great. He's a great talker as well. I've never been crazy into him or his promos, if I'm being truthful, but I know that he's a great talker. He talks with such confidence, and he's very, very good. But he's always been a bit Bobby Roode. Like, Bobby Roode's got a great look. Bobby Roode can talk, but he doesn't do it for me. Grimes. It got recommended for me as well. How strange. Grimes, I'm going with Grimes. To the moon! To the moon! Yeah, Grimes. I mean, look, Grimes in that attire with the $1 million belt, he's going to look awesome. LA Knight doesn't really do it for me either. LA TNA. Days, I would have had Bianca beat Carmella. Becky comes out, issues an open challenge at SmackDown or Extreme Rules. Yeah, I kind of think you'd have to give Bianca a rematch. Oh, well, hang on. Bianca issues the open challenge, and then... Hey? What? I don't know what you mean. So, she faces Carmella, beats her. Then she issues an open challenge, and then Becky comes out then. I think they wanted Becky at SummerSlam, though. Oh, big slap by Cameron Grimes. How much do you think the belt is actually worth? It's a really good question. I think it is $200-something thousand. I'm sure I read somewhere that belt is legitimately really expensive. And it is a couple of $100,000. Is its real value? Let's double check that. How much is the $1 million belt worth? 50,000. Bruce Pritchard claimed the cost was 50,000. I thought it was 200,000. I'm sure I read 200,000 somewhere. 50,000. I mean, not $1 million. Definitely not $1 million. Do you know what? This is funny. Actually, there's been a lot of talk about it. Because obviously it's back on TV. Yeah. Interesting. I'm just reading a quick little article on it, actually. Because it's back on TV, Cameron Grimes running over at LA Knight, collides into him, and LA Knight goes down. 50. Days, have you got any replica belts? I've always wanted a Big Eagle title. I've got a replica Big Eagle. It's not like a great replica, because it's an old WWF replica, and it's actually got WWF on, so I do love that. But it's not like one of these super deluxe replicas. It's just one of the replicas they were making at the time. I've got the Rock replica. I've got the replica of the first championship. I think that's it. I think that's it. But yeah, Winged Eagle. I mean, it's a must, innit? There is a Winged Eagle they've made that's like a super deluxe, the best they've ever made, the closest they've ever got to the original. They still can't put WWF on it, but other than that, it's as close as they've ever made it. expensive, I believe, but nice. Who do you think will win the NXT Women's Championship? I'm thinking that one's a difficult one because it depends if they're going to call Raquel up or Dakota. LA Knight with some big strikes. He's all over Cameron Grimes. This fight has largely been outside the ring. I'm going to go with Raquel. No. Dakota. It's really hard. I don't know which way it's going to go. It all depends if they're going to call Raquel up or not. And I don't know if she's ready. What has been the best show far this weekend? I saw the beginning of Rampage. Well, Rampage is a hard one to say, isn't it, really? Because, well, I didn't really pay attention. Couldn't pay attention to the rest of it. Like, the first 20 minutes is CM Punk, and then things happened after. So, I don't know. I mean, like, the biggest thing for me is CM Punk's one of my favourite moments ever. When he came back, it was incredible. And as we said earlier, they knocked it out the park. The way they did it was amazing. But, yeah, I don't know about the rest of the show. It seemed fine. It seemed fine. Clothesline. Chop. Crossbody by Grimes to kick out. Days, you got the most views for the SummerSlam live stream. Oh, is that true? That's amazing. A big thank you to everyone that joined us. It was incredible. And yeah, I mean, I'm feeling it a bit today. Obviously, we did the football earlier, and here we are now, and we'll do football tomorrow, and it just keeps going. But it's brilliant that so many people joined us. Come on, Grimes, says but a spark. Can you put the winners up? Yeah, I can do that. I won't bother putting up the Ridge Holland thing because people didn't even know that match was happening, I don't think. So, I will do that. Whoever wins this, I'll put that result up. Right, here's twisting at the neck of Cameron Grimes right now. Lundqvist retires after 15 seasons. Days, what I meant was Becky would come down to challenge for the title at SmackDown or Extreme Rules. Yeah, you would. I think they wanted Becky at SummerSlam as well, though, so you'd have to still find a way of having her involved. Even if she just comes out and shakes Bianca's hand or something, I don't know. Cameron Grimes up to his feet, chin lock. LA Knight goes over to the corner. Grimes scooped up. Oh, gets planted down by LA Knight. This match has been decent, you know. This is the match I was like, not sure. LA Knight pointing at $1 Million Man, and the crowd are chanting, "You still suck." Elbow drop misses. Cameron Grimes rolls over. Days, you should put a picture of both of the opponents behind you. That's honestly, we've tried that before, and then it's like it takes a while to set up. It's not too bad for NXT because there's only 5 matches, but like SummerSlam, there's like 10 matches, so it takes a little while to set up, and then there's so much going on that it's like you forget about. I mean, sometimes I get the names wrong on the thing below, so to do all that it's just like extra work. I don't like extra work. It makes me upset. I don't like any work. Collides into LA Knight. LA Knight goes down. With Becky winning, I think that Sasha was going to win last night against Bianca. Justin says LA Knight does suck. Kevin said, Days, do you see more 20 in NXT getting cut? My estimate would be about 15. I wouldn't really want to say, to be honest, mate. I don't really want anyone to get cut, and I know that people probably are going to, because there's change coming, and you've got to think that there's probably going to be Hurricanrana to kick out by LA Knight. I don't know. Hopefully no one. If there are going to be people, hopefully that number's as small as possible. Hopefully it's as small as possible. Esteban said there's no doubt that this card could have been packed in the Vegas hockey arena. Yeah, I mean, maybe it would have been a good idea to have actually used somewhere like that, so they could have started the work already, but I suppose they've got it booked in and they know when they're starting the work and when they're taping and what they're doing, and, they've got the plans in place, so it just works that the CWC is free tonight. So, rather than, in all fairness, rather than spend the money and flying everyone and getting everyone to Vegas and setting it all up and all that, they're just doing it in the CWC instead. So maybe it's a cost thing. I don't know if takeovers I just imagine takeovers do make them money. Did you know? I was listening to Bruce Pritchard the other day. He said that he's not aware of any time that they did Madison Square Garden and made money. Which can't be. That can't be true. Because they used to run the Garden every month. Once a month they were at the Garden. I can't believe that every month they lost money on the Garden shows. 1, 2. Oof. Shoulder up. But he said that they did the Garden because of the prestige. And because it's the Garden. And it's just like the home. But he was saying on his podcast about how he can't remember them ever making money from a Garden show. Which I was just like, mind blown. Is he referring to WrestleMania 20 and all of this, not making money? They must have. They would. I think with WrestleMania 20 they would have made money from all the different avenues, right? So I think WrestleMania is an exception. I think he's referring more to maybe the house show side of it. Maybe when they did a house show and they didn't have WrestleMania and that kind of pay-per-view buys and all of that. Take that out. I think he just means maybe from the ticket sales point of view. Crossbody. Oh, 1, 2. Shoulder up. I'm not sure about that kind of crossbody Spanish fly thing. There's blood at the top of Cameron Grimes' face. We're just seeing a replay of it here. So crossbody, and Cameron Grimes turns it into a Spanish fly. And then LA Knight gets his shoulder up. What I'll say about this match is it's got a lovely energy to it. So they would lose money at Raw for the Garden. But apparently so. But, the thing with Raw is obviously they're making the TV money. So, they've already been paid to have it on TV. So they're making money off the TV. But I think, yes, if it was just based on the ticket sales for the Garden, then yes, they were losing money on it. But does Raw lose them money because they get paid for Raw, if that makes sense? Pulling at the trunks of LA Knight. Picks up Cameron Grimes and moves him over to the corner. Bud, hope you are well. This is Mitchell. Mitchell, shout out to you, man. Samoa Joe mentioned he wants to face AJ Styles in NXT. I would love to see him in NXT. Would you? AJ is my favourite. Well, opens up a big conversation that we've already had, in fairness, about what does the future hold for NXT. They're saying that NXT is going to focus on, younger, bigger guys. They're bringing change to NXT. They want it to go back to developmental. I don't know how AJ Styles would fit into that, to be honest. Oh. Hurls Cameron Grimes off the top. Goes for the pin. There's a kick out by Cameron Grimes. Crowd are really into it still. Some big spots. he kind of it was kind of like a belly to back suplex off the top with Cameron Grimes not landing on his back, actually like over rotating and landing on his stomach. So, yeah, I mean, would I like to see Joe AJ? Yeah, of course I would. Of course I would. I'd see that anyway. I'm a big fan of Samoa Joe, and I'm a big fan of AJ. So, yeah, I would definitely like to see that match. And if they do it in NXT, brilliant. But just don't know what the future holds for NXT. Grimes looking for a backslide. Duck underneath by $1 million dream applied by Cameron Grimes. Backed into the corner goes Cameron. Days, did you see the fans storm the pitch in the Marseille game? No, I didn't. 1, 2. Reversal by Cameron Grimes, and he's keeping the $1 million dream. $1 million dream applied. Middle of the ring. LA Knight is fading. The referee might call it. LA Knight is trying to get out of it. I kind of feel like that's he throws Cameron Grimes into the corner. That would have been a great way for that match to have ended with the $1 million dream. No, I didn't see that Marseille thing. I really thought he was tapping then. I thought he was done. I thought actually he was going to fade and referee was just going to call it. Goes over, grabs the $1 million championship. Looks like he's just going to walk away. $1 million man's coming round. LA Knight gets into the ring. Referee says no. Okay, we've got LA Knight in there. He's got the belt. Kick to the face by Cameron Grimes. LA Knight goes out the ring. Cameron Grimes has got the belt. Here's DiBiase. Big right hand by Ted DiBiase, and LA Knight goes down. $1 million man gets the $1 million championship. Chucks it back into the ring. And now he applies the $1 million dream. $1 million man with a $1 million dream. Oh, $1 million dream by the That's a nice moment. That's a nice moment. Cameron Grimes in the corner. To the moon. Charges over. There's the stomp. He falls back on top of LA Knight. 1, 2, 3. Cameron Grimes win. That's really good, you know. That's really good. I was gonna say this thing feels a bit overbooked because you've got belts going in the ring. Grimes, like, it's just there's so much that's going on. But it's a really nice moment. He gets the $1 million dream applied. $1 million man does. It's really good. It's really good. It's really good. I'm watching it and I'm like, these two should be on Raw. These two should be on Raw. Like it's like a fun sports entertainment. Do you know what I mean? Like it's a bit OTT. It's a bit pro wrestling. Do you know what I mean? But it's fun. It's really fun. And like $1 million man and Cameron Grimes work so well together, and he's his protege, and you know they're doing a bit of cheating, but it's cheeky, and it's kind of like fan favorite cheating. Like it's good to see $1 million man like getting involved and beating up the heel. People love Cameron Grimes. I mean, look, $1 million man just chucks the belt back in the ring to distract the referee again so he can then put on the $1 million dream. Oh, it's good. It was good. Very good match. 8 out of 10. Fantastic. NXT UK or NXT? I don't watch NXT UK, unfortunately. Do you want to punish them? Punish who? Punish what? What? Do you want to punish them? What's happening? These two on Raw would be good. I could see that happening, says Liam. That is so much fun. Yeah, it's kind of that Riddle vibe, isn't it? You know how Riddle's like a fun sports entertainment. These two I could see really being fun. Hopefully, after the changes, it'd be great to see these two go to Raw, actually. $1 Million Man just struggled. He went down on his knees and he struggled to get back up there. Yeah, it's really good. It's really good. 3 out of 5, says Hayden. Grimes wins. New $1 Million champion to the freaking moon. 4.5, 3.75, 3.5, 3.25. Do you want to punish them by making them go to Raw? Now, well, the thing is that, like, they've already got their sports entertainment gimmick. Do you know what I mean? They don't need to be given dripsticks. They don't need to be given lily dolls or anything. Like, they've already got their sports entertainment gimmick. They've got the $1 Million championship. $1 Million Man's involved. Cameron Grimes already, like, you know what I mean? OTT to the moon and all this. And, he's already got that kind of over-the-top sports entertainment personality. So, as long as if they go to Raw, we don't change what they're doing, because what they're doing is already OTT, full of personality kind of stuff. I think it'd be great. That's the kind of thing I'd love to watch segments of. But, Cameron Grimes has been putting out some good segments for a long time. Since, like, $1 Million Man came on the scene, there's been a few bits that have been a bit hit and miss. But this has definitely been the character development that Cameron Grimes needed. Like, I remember, like, Cameron Grimes before he made his money. I was sort of struggling a bit with him. He was just some kind of weird carny guy. I don't quite know what his gimmick was. But this really, really works. It's good. I'm really into it. I mean, don't get me wrong. Whenever people are saying 3.5, 3.25, I'm right there with you. I'm not saying this is 4.5, 5 stars or anything like that. But it was a really fun, well-paced opener. And I think Cameron Grimes is really likable. Really likable. He's got that Riddle likability about him. I think he's really good package with $1 Million Man. It's good. It's really good. I'm full of praise for it, I am. Liam said, is there any news on Adam Cole? Will he stay or will he go? I mean, I think he's gonna stay. I think he's gonna stay, but there's no news. Haven't seen anything reported from Meltzer or anyone. So no news really. We know that they're saying that there will be more than Bryan and Punk, but that's now being reported. It looks like Bray is pretty much done. Like, apparently Meltzer was saying the contract isn't signed, but it's pretty much done. Gonzalez. Dakota Kai. Kai versus Gonzalez. Days, you and Linda, pack your bags. We are going to the moon. Yeah, man. Yeah. Wrestling, when it's really good, really is one of the absolute best forms of entertainment. Maybe the best form of entertainment. Grimes. Here comes Dakota Kai. She's got pink hair. Making her way down the ramp, by the way. It goes straight to the ring, for those that aren't watching. To the moon. There we go. Do you think there'll be any returns or new superstars coming out tonight? Well, sometimes at TakeOver they do have someone in the crowd, but I don't know of anyone that they've been signing, to be honest. I'm not aware of anyone. So I'm not expecting anyone. If there's someone, I mean, like maybe Davey Boy Smith Jr., but I can't think of anyone that they've snapped up. So unless there's going to be a surprise or something, but because of the changes coming, I'm not expecting that. Raquel Gonzalez has come out and she's all in red. Not the biggest fan of this. It's like some Halloween costumes. I don't quite even know what. It's all in red. Showing off the belt. Showing off the guns. Yeah, not really a fan of what she's wearing. Mitchell said, can I be listed as a winner just because? No, Mitchell, because then I'm going to have people asking me going, who's Mitchell? Was this someone? And then I'm going to have to explain it all the time, aren't I? All it'll do, Mitchell, is make my life more difficult. So I'm shutting that down. And then if I do it, then they'll be like, oh, can I have it? And then it just gets out of control, doesn't it? I wonder if I can show you what Dakota's wearing and what Raquel's wearing. More so Raquel. I don't know. I'm kind of a little bit... I appreciate she's tried something. Let's put it that way. I appreciate the fact that she's tried something, but it doesn't scream champion to me. Right, we're about to get underway with this one. Let's go. Here and here and here. That's what she's wearing. I mean, it's not, I suppose in a way it's not like terrible, but it's kind of like red, I don't know what you'd call it, PVC or something, I don't even know. It's just like this horrible, shiny material. It honestly looks like a Halloween costume as, like, a sexy devil. So there we go. Right, we're underway. It's not as great as Cameron Grimes. Let's put it that way. Dakota jumps up. And Raquel goes headfirst into the corner. Dakota moves out the way, looking for a big boot. Slides out the ring as Raquel tries to get to her. I like this. Dakota using her speed. And Raquel pacing around in the ring. Dakota on the outside. What match are you most looking forward to? Volta. I'm looking forward to Volta. I think it's based on Elektra. Oh, I don't even know what that is. Maybe you're right. Trying to pick up Dakota. Dakota kicks Raquel in the face. Moves out the way again. Dakota being quite evasive, being quite fast, trying to get out of the ring, trying to get her shots off and then get out of there. I really like all of that. You know, it's very difficult to know what strategy Dakota's gonna use to be able to beat Raquel, because Raquel's so big. So, you know, it is interesting here. You know, Dakota is gonna have to show really good ring IQ. And she's shown it in the first part of this match. Coming over. Clothesline by Raquel. Pick up by Raquel. Fall away slam. Raquel coming over. Trying to scoop up Dakota. Fall away slam again to Dakota. So Dakota at the moment being taken to like fall away slam city. Kicks out at Raquel. Raquel goes into the middle of the ring. Dakota climbing up top, looking for a crossbody. Little bit messy. And actually what I liked about it is it was messy, but it allowed Raquel to actually get her up onto her shoulders. It's not... There's a few little botchy things in this match. Like, there's a bit where Raquel has Dakota here, and she just simply tries to put her onto her shoulders, but she kind of, like, hits her own head as she's doing it. Then there's a bit where she's got her on the shoulders, and she tries to do a gorilla press slam. Like, she tries to, like, press her like this, and for some reason, she can't do it. She, like, picks her up this side, but she can't do this side. She tries, but she can't quite get the legs right. So it's all a bit, like, clunky. There's just been I reckon there's been about 4 or 5 moments in this match already that's kind of been like that. It's not a problem. It's not a big thing. It's just an early observation that, you know, some of this just isn't quite as smooth as what you would expect. But, you know, you can easily make the argument that, like, should wrestling be smooth? Like, you know, this is meant to be a battle. So, should it be smooth? So it's not a problem. Just an early observation. Mitchell said, can I at least be put on the best friends list? Oh, you're already on that, Mitchell. You're already on that. Don't you worry about that. And I keep that in my heart. So, you're right there, Mitchell. You're right there. Shout out to you. So, big boot by Dakota. So big that Raquel went out the ring. She had to grab her and try and bring her back in. Obviously, we're still early in this match. Kick to the side of the head. Against the ropes goes Dakota. Another kick to the side of the head. It's very much Dakota that's in control right now. Strike to the back by Dakota. Ugh. Kick to the side of the head by Dakota. Double knees by Dakota. Raquel comes into the ring. 1, 2. Kick out by Raquel. And so it's all Dakota at the moment. Nice double knees. Seth's attire was Michael Jackson, so it could have been a Michael Jackson reference. Was he telling us that his match was about to be a thriller? Or maybe he worried it was going to be bad. Or maybe he was saying no one's going to beat it. Or maybe he's worried that Edge has been out the ring for so long that he was going to be dangerous. I can't think of any more. I mean, there's lots of other songs I can think of, but I can't make them fit, to be honest. I was thinking Earth Song, ABC, Ben, Billie Jean, Man in the Mirror, and I was like, I can't make any of... Man in the Mirror would have worked. He doesn't even need a mirror to see the man. That's a Seth Rollins Michael Jackson joke. I thank you. I thank you. I thank you. Anyway, back to the show. We've got Dakota Kai down in the corner. Raquel Gonzalez coming back into this, grabbing Dakota. Picks up Dakota up in the air, looking for a choke slam, draping armbar. I thought that was another little botch, but it was actually Dakota turning it into a bit of a draping armbar and trying to smack Dakota's head into the corner. That's moody. Intentionally moody, but moody. It would be a thriller if he burned it down. But Spark said, it's all human nature days. Johnny said, I love Michael Jackson. Yeah, draping armbar. Johnny said, did you know that Michael Jackson's not dead? I didn't know that, no. I didn't know that. Bit awkward that we did the funeral at Staples Center. Sorry about that. That's going to take some explaining if he's not dead, isn't it? Sit down, Powerbomb. Since we're watching NXT, will you be going to see Poppy in January? No. Is she on tour, is she? No, it's not really my kind of music. I don't mind listening to, like, you know, one track to get in the mood. But, like, go to a concert? No. Roll through by Dakota. 1, 2. Just a 2. Raquel's got Dakota. Picks her up. Got her up in the air. Dakota, wow. Straight onto the ropes. She throws her, like, midsection onto the ropes. And she bounces out of the ring. Who do you want to see for this one? James, your friend Sam would like to know, who do you want to win this one? James, please respond. CCSYT said at this point, if MJ is dead, who's saying that George Washington is dead? Not me. He's alive. I think you're right. I think they all live on an island with Elvis. Dakota, one side, Raquel, the other. They charge over. Dakota looking for double knees. She gets dumped down into the corner. Super kick by Dakota. Ha! That's great by Raquel. Super kick by Dakota. And Raquel goes like this. Ugh, nice little backstabber there by Dakota. 1, 2. Shoulder up. I mean, fair play. They are making this believable that little Dakota Kai can cause big Raquel Gonzalez these kind of problems. NXT champ from the crowd. Not a bad little match, this. Edward said, can I be on the best friends list? No. Mitchell said, fun fact, I'm actually related to George Washington. Hang on, I think you're bad for the British, aren't you? Didn't you stand up against the British or something? Rude. It's a bit rude. I don't think I'm meant to be a fan of George Washington. I'm not sure. I don't know how I'm meant to feel. Don't know. This might be a problem for you being on the friends list, Mitchell. Let's just put it that way. Here we go. Dakota Kai climbing up in the corner. Oh, coup de grace. Coup de grace to... Oh, apparently, Raquel Gonzalez is immune to the coup de grace. Oh, well, we should jot that down, shouldn't we? If ever Finn Balor faces Raquel Gonzalez, well, forget it. The coup de grace is not going to do anything. Dakota Kai is my mom, says Mike M. Wow, your mum's getting battered. Your mum's just been driven into the corner. Your mum's currently on the top turnbuckle, if you know what I mean. Raquel jumps over. Big strikes. CM316 said that coup de grace was bad. Not Balor level. This is Dakota's coup de grace, but that's Balor's coup de grace. Fair point. Move infringement. Headbutt by Dakota. Slips through the legs. Ooh, kick to the face. Backs into the corner. Slumped down. Charging over. Looking for the big boot. Caught. Catches her. Picks her up. Ugh. 1, 2, 3. Retains. So it looks like she's not going to the main roster. Or not yet. Gonzalez. Dakota looks like cotton candy. She does. She does. So, there we go. Raquel Gonzalez has retained the Women's Championship in, honestly, not a bad little match. Not a bad little match at all. Dakota loses. I'm related to the Prince of Darkness. You're related to Vince McMahon. Fair play. What next for Raquel? Finn Balor. Because apparently she's immune to the coup de grace. Not true, 316. 4 out of 5. Yeah, what's your scores on that? Efren says Kaylee Ray. Yeah. Here she comes. Kaylee Ray. Kaylee Ray has made her way out. Kaylee Ray from NXT UK, and she was women's champ for a super long time. Well, there we go. What's next? That's next. Kaylee Ray. I don't think they ever did a very good job of showing her off, though. Like, I don't feel like I know loads. I don't feel like I've seen much about her. We got Boogs, we got Ricochet, we got Cesaro, we've got Natalia. Here's Ziggler. Got an advert for Applebee's. Let's all get along. We're eating good in the neighborhood. Eating good in the neighborhood. How can Corbin afford to go to Applebee's? That's my question. That's my question. Excitement. This October, good vibes. OMG. Go off. What's this? What's going on? Get it going now. Are they just putting words out? Tickets available now. What? That was weird. OMG. Get it now. Going off. LMAO. What we got next? We got. Is it Walter? Are we getting there? That's because it was recorded before he went poor. Did he go poor because of Applebee's? Do they charge that much? 10 months in the making. Oh my god. Here we flipping go. Here we go. He gets an employee discount. So versus Ilja. Dragunov. I hope that Dakota Kai, performer, friend Raquel Gonzalez for the Women's Championship, and I hope that's true. I hope that Dakota Kai, performer, friend Raquel Gonzalez for the NXT, and I hope that's true. I don't know what you mean, but I hope it's true. I hope it's true because you hope it's true. Versus Dragunov. I'm not ready. I'm not emotionally ready. This is my match of the weekend. I love this man. The longest reigning NXT UK champion in history. Dave in Liar Life. Oh my god, Austin, why are you trolling? Austin, please explain, why have you started trolling people? That's not very nice. Why have you become trolling 316? What's going on? Match of the year contender. Get ready for the best match of the night, says Rongo. Volta should be on Raw, says Mike. Rach said, I hope LA Knight, will remain the NXT championship for good for him to win. LA Knight. I hope LA Knight remains the champ as well, Rachel, yes. Will this match be better than Volta versus Ciampa? Hope so, and that was amazing. This match is going to be 100% brutality. Austin said, because Dave was a liar and it's sad to see. Austin's a meanie. A lot of people are saying this now. Well, I don't know what's happening. You know me. I don't want to get involved, but it's just really sad to see someone that we know, that we trust, that's a big part of this community, turning on other members the way that Austin has here. How long will this match be? Hopefully about 12 months. Here's Ilja. Ilja's got, because of that cut that he suffered, he's got a plaster, like a bandage on his head. Because he suffered that cut on Wednesday, didn't he? And there was blood coming down his face. Here's Ilja making his way out. This is the match that we've all been waiting for. Ilja coming down. It's such a interesting performer, such an intense performer. So focused. I just don't think this guy has experienced joy in his life. Like, he's just so focused, and he's got to take down a monster. He's got to take down a man that absolutely brutalized him when they met last time. I'm so excited for this. They wanted as many people to see this as possible. Absolute hats off to Triple H and everyone. They wanted people to see this, and they moved it onto TakeOver. I remember we didn't actually watch the first one live because it was on NXT UK, and everyone was like, are you going to watch it? Are you going to watch it? And we actually did it as a members-only stream, which was really good, actually. We should probably do that on a members-only stream again. But here he is. Dun, 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 dun. Ba, 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 ba. Dun, 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 dun. Such a simple entrance that just works, and it's so cool. Volta making his way down to the ring. I've said before, love the fact that he's got the belt around his waist. Slowly making his way down, just having a look around at the crowd. Here is the Ring General. Yeah, man. People with stitches are snitches. Volta has made his way down. Days, I went to another YouTube channel. They weren't nice to me. Johnny, shout out to you. Mitchell said, what's with the UK and trench coats? I don't know. We know. Is that a thing? I don't think I've ever owned one. Oh my god. Maybe I'm not English. Maybe I'm not British. I'm pretty sure my passport says I am, but I've never had a trench coat. Ding, ding, ding. Love this belt. Shame they changed the... It's not a big deal, but they changed the middle bit to NXT when it was WWE. It's silly. From Russia. If he wins, he wins. If he dies, he dies. If he wins, he wins. If he doesn't win, it's fine. This is Russia versus Austria, really. Russia versus Austria, and I'm so invested. NXT UK champion for 870 days. The unbeatable Ring General. Right, here we go. Wrong graphic! Wrong graphic! The graphic's wrong! The graphic's wrong! It's got the WWE in the middle of the belt. That's not the belt now. Wrong graphic! Silly NXT. Right, bell sounded. Ilja in the centre. Volta on the outside. Look at the size difference. Slap to the face. Huh? Huh? Come on, then. Volta just kind of kicking out. Come on. Yeah, Dragunov. So interesting. So interesting. Look. Oh, he just grabs him. Nice. Takes him down. Gets him over by the ropes. Back it out. Oh, goes for a big chop. Dragunov underneath. Psh, chop of his own. Oh, second one. Volta getting fired up. Look, he's just pacing around. Dragunov backed into a corner, trying to figure out where to go. Gets out of there. Volta getting frustrated. He's like, come on. Volta's come to fight. And he just can't get his hands on Dragunov. Dragunov having to try and evade. Volta, he goes down. Volta grabs him. So that's backfired a little bit. Looks like Dragunov was going for Volta's legs. Yeah, look at these reversals. Beautiful mat-based wrestling here with these two down on the ground. Volta, big knee into the side of the body. And again. I mean, you just look at the size of Volta and just like when he's like throwing it in like that. Big forearm strike and Dragunov goes down. When he's driving those knees in, you kind of feel it yourself. He's got him over in the corner, Dragunov. Back elbow by Dragunov. Trying to roll through. He's managed to get him down onto the ground. Kick out by Volta. Dragunov against the ropes. Nice. Takes Volta down. Shoulder tackle. Whoa! Volta kind of jumped in the air. Dragunov caught him and actually, slams him down. Oh, kick out to the legs. Takes the legs away from Dragunov. Takes him over. Lovely. Head scissors by Dragunov. Both get up. Lovely. Hip toss. Hip toss by Dragunov. I tell you, it's a lovely pace. It's a lovely pace. We've gone from, there's no, not too many rest holds. We've got Dragunov with a side headlock at the moment, but Volta getting back up to his feet. Nice takeover again by Dragunov. Lovely hip toss. Some great hip tosses by Dragunov. And he's keeping Volta down. This is exactly where he wants the big man. But Volta, of course, getting back up to his feet. Oof. Dragunov just not letting go of his head. Not letting go of his head. Dragunov getting back up to his feet, but so is Volta. Back body drop. This is already awesome, says Butterspark. This is Headlock City. This is pure wrestling. Yeah. Keeping him grounded at the moment with that headlock. Both guys getting back up to their feet. Dragunov back into the corner. What I love about these matches is they just feel so real. It really feels like two people. You know, like when people are trying to do like head scissor takedowns and they're trying to do all this kind of stuff, and it's like you have to suspend disbelief a little bit as they're kind of a little out of position and it's a bit clunky and they're having to help the other person out, and there's like you can see like a little bit of a few rough edges here and there's a few little botches and all this kind of stuff. This just feels like two people trying to murder each other. This just feels like two people that are trying to actually win this fight. This is like I'm watching a fight. I feel like I'm watching two highly trained wrestlers that are trying to win this contest. Like, you're not going to see them jumping on a pile of people outside the ring. You're not going to see like that kind of side of professional wrestling. You're going to see two people really working hard to try and beat each other. Everything's going to be hard hitting. Look at this power move by Walter's got Dragunov up on his shoulder, puts him onto the top turnbuckle. He's trying to get his arm free. He's managed to get his arm free. Oh, big chop. Oh, massive chop by Walter, and Dragunov goes out the ring. Falls out the ring and goes to the outside. Walter rolling to the outside. Grabbing Dragunov. It's bringing him round. Picks him up. It's going to slam him on the edge of the ring. And Dragunov goes down. Dragunov, look at the selling already from Dragunov. Just like, screaming in pain. He sells so well. He sells so well. Volta chants from the crowd. Kick to the back. And looks like he's trying to get a sleeper. But Dragunov desperately trying to get out of it. Both these guys in the center of the ring at the moment. Desperately trying to get out of this. Hold, because he knows that this could be the end if he doesn't get out of it. Gets over to the ropes. I love that from Volta. Dragunov was holding on to the ropes. Volta just slaps the arms and Dragunov's arms go down. He grabs him and straight into a German. What a lovely sequence. He went from slapping the arm so that he would break the ropes. Look at that. Straight into a German. Dragunov goes over to the corner. He's trying to turn him over into a Boston Crab. Desperately trying to spin him around. Trying to turn him over and kicking at the back of Dragunov, and he's got it and he sits down. Oh, it's really deep as well. He's really got the legs at a really nice point. Really pulling back into a crossface. Look at the size of it. It just smothers him. It just absolutely smothers him. It's like putting a newspaper on top of an ant. Just absolutely covers him. Crowd are really into it. Banging on the plexiglass. Nice snapmare. Kick to the back by Volta. Dragunov just collapsed and hit his head on the turnbuckle. Days, did you see the total views for SummerSlam? I feel like Ron Simmons. Damn. It was a big show. Big forearm strikes being traded back and forth. Volta is dominating. Chops sound like glass breaking, says Big Boy Dally. He's got a sleeper applied at the moment. So Volta in control, picks up Ilja, but Ilja reverses. He's trying to get a back body drop to Volta and he gets it. God, even something like that, just you can see how deep the oh my god, this match is going to be insane. His plasters come off, and that means they can get some blood going. Dragunov's wound is exposed. Knee to the midsection. I don't know if the stitch is there. He gets caught by Volta. Oh. Beautiful suplex. Plants Dragunov. Kick out by Dragunov. But that bandage has come off. And the wound is exposed. And that's going to add this drama now. That's going to really add this drama. Oh. You can just get lost in this match. You can get lost in it. It's just, what does Dragunov have to do to beat him? We know that Volta can beat Dragunov. We saw it last year. We know, but the question is, what can Dragunov do? Like, kicks from Volta into Dragunov. Dragunov down on the floor. Kick to the back of the head and is telling him to get up. It's just shouting at him in like Austrian. Dragunov, big chop. Big chop. Jessica, I love, Jessica Carr's doing a really good job here. Like, you can see the pain on her face. I don't know if she was saying, she's like looking at him going, you can see the pain on her face. Oh, big boot by, Volta. Look at Dragunov selling. Dragunov selling is like Shawn Michaels. Dragunov is just like out and he slumps to his knees and he goes down over like this. It's just like not there. Big chop coming in. Big chop coming back. Trading blows back and forth. Oh, to the ear as well. Dragunov gets back up to his face and they're trading in forearm strikes. Look at Volta with a big... Dragunov on his feet. Big clothesline. Oh! Took him down. He reversed it. It was a clothesline that he managed to spin around and actually take Volta down. Volta's down on the ground. Oh my god, this match is beautiful. Knee strikes coming in by Dragunov. And again. Oh, another big knee by Dragunov. Chop to the side of the head. And again. And again. And again. Just chopping away. Just keep going, Dragunov. Keep chopping away. Do what you gotta do. Oh, big slap coming back by the big man. This is for the United Kingdom Championship. Volta's been champion for 800 plus days. Elbows coming into the side of the head. Volta picking up Dragunov. He's got him up on his shoulders. Dragunov, knee strike. Knee strike by Dragunov. Volta goes down. Dragunov is down. Both guys are down on their knees. Yeah, man, the NXT crowd's banging on the plexiglass, just really trying to get the energy going. Oh, clothesline by Volta. Another clothesline by... Oh, just turned Dragunov inside out, straight into the pin. Oh, kick out. Kick out. Kick out. Love the selling. Love the selling from Dragunov. It really makes it. Look at that, just swatted him from the air. Dragunov jumps in the air like this and Volta goes... Boom! Massive, massive clothesline. Dragunov goes down. It's a massive... And I love the fact that when he hits him with that, he goes straight into the pin. There's no waiting around or anything. He's straight into the pin. He's trying to get every single moment, every single capitalized on every single part of that clothesline. Dragunov climbing over to the corner. Trying to climb up the ropes. Volta with a... Oh my god, did you hear the sound of that? Did you hear the sound of that? Look at the face of Dragunov. Look at the body of Dragunov. And Dragunov's like... Ah! He's hulking up. Big clothesline. The big man goes down. Oh my god. That just fired up Dragunov. Dragunov with a German to Volta. A German to Volta. Oh. Look at his chest. Look at this and a Big chop comes in by Volta. Drop kick by Dragunov. Against the ropes goes Dragunov. Knee strike by Dragunov. He's grabbing Volta. Pump handle. Slam. Picks him up. Throws him over. 1, 2. Oh, kick out. Shoulder up by Volta. Oh. Not disappointing at all. This is awesome, is the chant inside the CWC. Dragunov climbing up the corner. Volta's pleading, saying no, 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 because Volta's down. Dragunov says no, and missile drop kick. Lands into Volta. Quickly, Dragunov going over to the other side. Climbing up. Volta is down. Senton. Connects from the top. Dragunov. His body a mess. Bruised. Battered. In the corner. Looking to put the big man away. Sleeper hold by Volta. Sleeper hold by Volta. Suplex. Dumping Dragunov on his head, but Dragunov charging over. What a camera angle that was. Camera was low in the corner. You could see Dragunov running towards you. Uppercut to the back of the head. Holy is the chant inside the CWC. Look at that suplex. Look at that suplex. Look at this camera angle. That is a great camera angle. As soon as he hits that uppercut, he kind of skids past the camera as well. It's really good. Dragunov, another uppercut. Volta goes down. 1, 2. Oh! Kick out by Volta. Oh! Look at the face. Look at the face. Look what it means. Look what it means. He's over in the corner. Oh. Oh. You dirty match, you beautiful dirty match. Everything I wanted. Absolutely brilliant. 2 people just ripping each other apart. Lovely pace. Lovely pace. Big chop by Dragunov. And again. Oof. Another chop as well. Trying to take the leg of Volta. Backing up into the corner. Oh my god, he just took his head off. 2. Oh, kick out by Dragunov. The sound of those chops. Boom. Honestly, I was expecting Dragunov to get up and not have a head. He's looking for a superplex. Dragunov with a superplex. Whew. Dragunov going over to the corner. Volta going over to the ropes. Dragunov shouting with another missile drop kick. Both guys are down. Dragunov can't capitalize. The marks on his body. I mean, I already know you're going to see a picture of his chest after this match. NXT will tweet that out. It's just an absolute bruised, battered mess that Dragunov has got. He's backing up into the corner. I think they're chanting "Fight Forever" as Volta throws the drop kick, picks up Dragunov, power bombs him down, goes for the cover. 2. Kick out by Dragunov. Dragunov is still in this fight. Volta is looking like he doesn't quite know how to put this guy away. I don't even know. I think the crowd are out of chance now. We've had "This Is Awesome." We've had "Fight Forever." We've had "Holy." I think now they're doing "Yes chants." I think they're looking at each other, going, "Have we got any more chants? Is there anything else we can say?" Oh, big chop by Volta. Dragunov goes down to his knees. Knee strike by Volta. Picks him up. Power bombs him down. The big man going over to the corner. You sense this could be the beginning of the end. Dragunov is down. Look at Volta from the top. Big splash connects. 1, 2. Oh, and a kick out by Dragunov. A kick out by Dragunov. A kick out from Dragunov. Oh! When he's in the air, Volta is like, he just fills the screen. He didn't wait around. He hit that splash. Look at this. Hits the splash. When he puts his arms out like that, he is terrifying. When he does that splash and he's just landing on top of him. He's got full guard at the moment. He's just smashing down shots, grabbing the head. Sleeper hold applied. Volta going over to the corner. Big boot by Volta. Duck underneath by Dragunov. Dragunov in the corner trying to come off. Collides. I think it was like a flying headbutt from Dragunov. Oh, God. What more does he do? What more can he do? What more? What have you got in you? Look at these big elbow strikes coming in by Dragunov. Trying to get sleeper hold applied. Forever Yeet says this is awesome. He is, look, Dragunov on the back of Volta with a sleeper hold. This is awesome. This really is awesome. Volta is up to his feet, is going over to the corner. What is he doing? What is he doing? He's climbing up. He's got Dragunov on his back. Volta in the corner. Oh, it's a little bit botchy. He tries to jump backwards. He broke the sleeper hold, but Dragunov comes straight over. Bang, bang, bang. Just firing in elbows to the side of the head. Puts the sleeper hold back on. Volta went up to the top to try and break it. Oh, this is a problem. This is a problem for Volta. He's had to do something quite big to get out of it the first time. He managed to get out of it. I mean, he had to go to such crazy lengths to get out of it the first time. Can he get out of it a second time? Drops back, but Dragunov doesn't release it. Dragunov's not released. He's not released it. He's still holding on. Volta might... he's still holding on. He's still got Volta. He's still got Volta. Oh, my God. Oh, my God. Kicks coming in. How can a simple sleeper hold cause so much drama? Strikes coming into the side and the back of the head by Dragunov. He's got the hair of Volta. This is so flipping good. Just put this in my veins. He's made him tap. He's beaten him. Dragunov has ended the reign of Volta. Oh, look at it. Look at it. Dragunov can't believe it. It's amazing. It's amazing. It's amazing. It's amazing. There's one bit at the end of that, you know. There's one bit at the end of that where just before he makes him tap, Dragunov actually picks up Volta whilst he's in the headlock, picks him up off the ground like this. There's a bit where Volta's legs are off the ground and Dragunov's got him up like this and he's just squeezing onto the headlock. And Volta just taps. I mean, he had to work so hard to get out of that. He took him up to the top and had to dump him backwards. He then had to, chuck him backwards when he had him on it. And then, he just couldn't get out of that headlock. He couldn't get out of it. And when it was applied again, that bit there, that bit when he just picks him up, he just uses all of this strength. He taps and look at the emotion at the end. Volta's down. Dragunov puts his foot on him. So good. So good. I don't even know how long it was. I haven't got a clue. It just felt like it went the length it had to go. Do you know what I mean? Just in a war. Just an absolute war. Just in an absolute war. I'm giving it 5 stars. 5 out of 5, 10 out of 10, 5 out of 5. Match of the year, 5 stars, 10 out of 10. I had to jump in. That was awesome, says Laurie. Dragunov really earned it. Daisy's out of breath. 5 out of 5. If that's not 5, I don't know what is, says Nicholas. 6 out of 5. 5 out of 5. That is a classic. I've not been that invested in a match for ages. Look at these scores. Look at these scores. Dragunov is the new NXT UK champion. I mean, look, if it was going to end, it was going to take something monumental, and I think that match is. 5, 5, 5, 5. 5-star classic. 5, 5. Match of the year. Dragunov is great. If only he was a bit bigger, says Mark. I said it would be brutal and hard-hitting. That is exactly what it is, says D-Gamer. Epic. What a slobber knocker. Great storytelling. They killed each other. It's a phenomenal match. 5 out of 5 all day long. 200 out of 5. It's the best match ever. Bingle said Dragunov is the new small Russian Brock. Yeah, I'm right there. 5 out of 5 for me. Yeah, I'm right there with you. Of course I am. 5-star match that for me. It's. I mean, you saw it. What do you want me to say? It's hard hitting. It's emotional. It's logical. It doesn't get lost. It doesn't do anything silly. It's just the big moments in there. It's back and forth. It's brilliant. The selling. I mean, honestly, the selling of Dragunov really makes it. I've missed watching wrestling like that. 100 out of 100. What's the maximum amount of stars? Because I want to give more, says Adam. Oh, here's Regal with Joe. I'm grateful you came back and helped me sort out chaos. Do what you do best. You're now back on the active roster. I have to stay unbiased. But I want you to know that I want you to kick his ass. Chef's kiss. Yeah. I mean, honestly, I don't know how you follow that now. I don't know what you do. I mean, like, could you imagine being backstage, being the next match? It's going to be Cole and O'Reilly next. I mean, this match... The thing with this match is going to have time because it's going to have 3 falls. So even that first match, the traditional match, you know, might take a little bit of time to just settle back down and get back into it. But because it's 3 falls, no. Imagine Brock versus Volta. Someone put an awesome wrestling match in the middle of my sports entertainment, says Esteban. Airflow said nothing will be able to compete with that. Andros Hunter said, I need part 3 in UK territory. Robert said, that was mind-blowing, great, awesome match. I agree. They should just end this takeover early. That match was 5 stars, says Taboy. 7 stars, says Brendan. It was so brutal. Yeah. I mean, the thing is that is amazing wrestling. And that's what it is. They're exchanging holds. I think the thing that I love about it is mainly the bit at the end with the sleeper hold. And what I love about it is the fact that when he's in that sleeper hold, he has to climb up to the top to try and get out of it. And he does sort of break out. It's a little bit botchy, but it kind of goes back to what we said with the Dakota Raquel thing. Like, sometimes in these matches, you know, it's not going to be clean, and this certainly isn't clean. It's brutal. And he jumps back and he gets out of it, but he has to go to that length to get out of it. And then he finds himself back in it again. And then he, like, jumps backwards and he still can't get out of it. And it's obviously the sleeper that ultimately puts him away. But I love the fact that they put over how desperate Volta is to try and get out of this. Before the finish comes, you know that Volta's in trouble. You know that Volta is going to mad lengths to try and get out of this. You know he's in trouble. He's struggling. And you're watching as he's battling to get out of it. And for me, that moment, the final moment, the bit that really makes this match, the cherry on top of the cake, is when Dragunov gets him and just yanks him up. Just pulls him up. And Volta, who's huge, at one bit, his legs are off the ground. If he was in trouble before in that sleeper hold, he was in massive trouble now because it showed that Dragunov was going to that final reserve and he was getting Volta and he pulls him up and his legs are off the ground and he's in the middle of the ring. Like, there's no... You think that all the fight's out of Volta at this point. You know that Dragunov has gone to, like, an extra level. And it's at that point that Volta knows he's done. And he taps. And then the emotion of, like, Dragunov. And it's just... that whole final sequence is just such wonderful in-ring storytelling. That, like, so... It's I want to say it's simple, but it's not simple because there's so many people that don't do it. And I don't think it's the wrestler's fault. I just think that maybe Vince isn't interested in that. Vince isn't interested in those stories. Do you know what I mean? I mean, if you think about how many times do we see matches just end in a roll-up? Do you know what I mean? You don't get that kind of storytelling. And this is what makes it 5 stars for me. Because on the main roster, you'll get, some back and forth moves, a suicide dive, whatever. And then, it'll be a little roll-up and it'll finish. But you don't get this level of investment, this level of storytelling, this level of, what they've just done. And that's right at the end of that match. It's right at the end. We go through other sequences in there as well. I mean, I loved it when the bandage came off and, you've got the wound exposed and all of a sudden you're thinking, he could target that. He could target that. He could go after that. In a normal sports entertainment match, I don't know that I would think that. I'd probably think, oh, the bandage has come off. But I wouldn't think to myself, oh, they're going to target that. Do you know, I wouldn't think that because I just don't really expect that from, matches now. But I expect it from Volta and Dragunov. I expect him to see that now as an exposed weakness and to target it and to get the blood going. He couldn't get it. I don't know if there's stitches. He couldn't get it, bleeding. That would have been good if he could. But, yeah, I mean, you get more invested. You think about it more, or I think about it more, and just watch the action play out and the story that's being told. And so good. And the chest and the bruising and the sound of the chops and yeah. 5 stars. Cole Jordan Bentley, shout out to you, my friend. Shout out to you. Roger says part 3 at WrestleMania would be awesome. Yeah, I mean, we've spoken an awful lot recently about where wrestling is and what wrestling is and what WWE is compared to AEW and what Vince is trying to do compared to AEW. I actually don't quite know how that match would sit on a WrestleMania card. I'm not sure because... around it you've got... I mean, I actually think it would work on a WrestleMania card. I think how would you not get into it? If you'd have done a good enough build and people cared about the characters, how would the crowd not get into that? I'm sure they would. And actually, I sort of feel that if you was to do a Miz moist dripstick moment now, that would actually work as well. Because I sort of feel like I need that little buffer now. I sort of feel like I need a little come down sort of a moment. I mean, if you think when the Volta match ended, compared to when this has started, they've actually done a little bit to kind of space the matches out. They've given you a moment to compose yourself. They had a little backstage interview with Samoa Joe. They've obviously gone through a long video package. So they've done quite a bit to, put a bit of distance in there. But, yeah, I think if you used to do it at Mania, you could do a Miz TV segment straight after and, it would just allow people to just go. Oh. It's funny as well. If you was to see the Miz messing around with a dripstick, Do you know what I mean? And it's just doing like silly comedy. It would actually then just reaffirm how brutal what you just saw was as well. So it makes it even more, it hits home even more. If you put like a really soft match before it and then a comedy segment after it, the Volta Dragunov thing really stands out as, you know, just how brutal it was. On this takeover card, it still stands out. Isn't that amazing? I can't see anything topping that tonight. I can't see anything topping that this year. But, yeah, I mean, on this, to kind of be the most brutal thing on this card is very impressive. Imagine at WrestleMania how much it would stand out. So, yeah, I would love to see it at WrestleMania. But I don't know how it would quite fit with sports entertainment and Vince's vision. But it's food for thought, innit? It's just brilliant. All I know is it was just brilliant. We can break it down. We could write theories on it, couldn't we? You could write theories on that match. Theses. You could get like a university degree in wrestling by breaking that match down. I'm scared that we won't have that in the new NXT. I think that Triple H loves that. That is Triple H's kind of wrestling. NXT is Triple H's kind of wrestling, and it's going to be down to Triple H to try and show Vince there is an audience there for it, for that kind of a thing. But I think the truth is Vince doesn't care about 5-star matches. Vince isn't interested. Vince is interested in marketability. So, I don't know. All I know is enjoy. It happened. Enjoy it. Know that you've seen something very, very special there. Very, very special. It's very rare for us to finish a match, go to the chat, and it's just 5 stars, 10 out of 10. Everyone just saying that. Not everyone. I saw people saying 4.5, 4.75, but vast majority were saying it was 5. And it might not be 5 to everyone, and that's absolutely fine. But I think vast majority of people, I mean, I can imagine Twitter's loving it. Shoulder up. I'd love to see a WrestleMania, a little bit of everything, a bit of comedy, a bit of a ladder match, the brutal match, and the main event with the massive stars. Mm-hmm. I don't mind. Yeah, a little bit of everything at WrestleMania. I agree. Ankle lock applied by O'Reilly. This is going to be a struggle when we've just had such a match. And also the other thing as well is I am a big Volta fan, and obviously I was a big fan of their first match. This feud hasn't really been doing it for me, but you know, we're here, we're watching it. Nice knee strike by Adam Cole. Let's see what they can do. They're certainly not going to disappoint. This is certainly going to be a fantastic 2 out of 3 falls match. Just feel sorry for them that they've got to follow that. I do sort of feel like that should have been the main event. But it can't on this card, can it? That can't go above Samoa Joe, Karrion, Kross. I think it could have gone above this. 1, 2, kick out by Adam Cole. American wrestlers would be dead trying to wrestle like that. Oh, I don't know. I don't know. You've got people that can take that sort of punishment. You know, Moxley could take that. Hope you're having a great day. Can you check what I tweeted you? We worked hard on it, and it's cool. Make sure you have the sound on. Okay, I will do that. O'Reilly has pinned Adam Cole here. First fall is done. Kyle wins the first fall. Yes. I'm going to bet that Kyle O'Reilly in this. Days, you missed a donation. Oh, I'm sorry. What did it... Where was it? Was it recent? It might have zipped past. Hang on, let me have a look. Cole Jordan Bentley. Appreciate it. Appreciate the support. I think... Did I not say I'd seen that one? I feel like I did see it. I apologise. Cole Jordan Bentley, shout out to you. Appreciate the support. Hope you are enjoying NXT. I think it's been a good show. Really good show. Adam Cole with the chair, driving it into the midsection. It's a figure stop motion. Okay, I will check it out, James. We want bagels, they're chanting. Days, I'm watching NXT Takeover 36. So am I. Anna, did anyone see the cage above the ring? 'Cause I've never seen a wide shot on Cole's entrance. Yes. Yes. The way that they do the cage in NXT, and they've done it this way a few times now, is it's actually flat panels that are against the roof because the roof's not high enough to have like the cage purposely built. So the panels are actually flat. And then what they do is they lower them like that. So they actually kind of come down from the ceiling like this, and then they bolt them together. So it's really different to how they do it normally, where it's ready-made. We've seen it before where it does that. And it's really cool. It's really, really cool. But that is actually a unique thing to NXT. I've never seen them do that on the main roster. But I did notice it during the kickoff show, so it's definitely there. And obviously I expect it to be used. I expect Adam Cole to win this. So we're already one fall down, and it's Kyle O'Reilly that's taken that. And now we've got the street fight element. So the first one's a traditional match, and Kyle O'Reilly has won that. Second one is a street fight, and I'd imagine Adam Cole wins this. And then I think we move over to the cage. We know that Cage will win this. Cole will win this, yeah. I've been here and listening while I and the fiancé have been doing filthy adult things. Oh. Cleaning the flat. Yeah, I mean, you have to do it once in a while, don't you? Clean the place out, get the old dusters out, vacuum, hoover up. Technically, Days was here in a vocal sense. Well, it's good when you're doing those kind of chores. You know, it's good to just have a little bit of company, isn't it? Just chatting away in the background. So, shout out to William and Mrs. William, future Mrs. William. Wilhelmina. Adam Cole with the chair, driving it into the midsection of Kyle O'Reilly. Kyle O'Reilly down at the moment. Ugh, jamming it into the midsection. How did Kyle win? It was wasn't it like it was really quick. I wasn't expecting it, to be honest, but it was like a little roll up in the corner. I mean, it was really, really quick. Cole is setting up a chair in the corner, trying to get it in position. It's not quite sitting very well. He's struggling there. Yeah, the camera stopped focusing on him whilst he like properly sorts it out. Just a little bit of a struggle, but he's done it. And when he's done it, the crowd cheer, yeah! And Adam Cole bows to the crowd. Smile on the face of Adam Cole. In many ways, you know, Adam Cole has already won this fall by getting that chair to stay in position. He's trying to get Kyle O'Reilly over to the corner. Kicked by Adam Cole. Oof, slides underneath. Do you know what I actually miss with NXT? With NXT, there was always great interaction with the crowd. So if you remember, like Kyle, the guy that's like, I don't know if he's around as much now, but he would always stand there and like get in people's faces. You had Izzy, of course, that was quite well known. I remember Keith Lee with his shoulder tackle knocking Adam Cole into the crowd. Like, the crowd was always such a big part of NXT, and it really feels like we've locked them away. Like, that interaction that Adam Cole just had then is actually a bit of a rarity. Like, we just don't really get that sort of interaction with the crowd anymore. It kind of feels like we've taken, like, one of the best aspects of NXT and really diluted it and turned it down. Like, we've put them behind the plexiglass. They can bang on that, but that's all they can do now. And, like, a lot of that interaction has gone. So that was a really nice moment with Adam Cole in the chair. Completely unplanned, of course. Oh, that was good. I like that as well. I like that. Backstabber. 1, 2, shoulder up. That was really good. So Adam Cole had Kyle O'Reilly in a kind of last shot kind of position. O'Reilly actually held the back of his head. Adam Cole saw it, so he just grabbed a kendo stick and walloped him in the back, and didn't go for the last shot instead. Biting at the hand. That was nice as well, actually. He was going for the same move that Britt Baker uses. That was cool. He had his hand in the mouth, going for that. I can't remember what she calls it, but he put the hand in the mouth, and Kyle O'Reilly bit down on it. That would have been cool if he'd have beaten him with her move. That would have been cool. The crowd love Adam Cole. That's the Brit submission, yeah. DMD. Yeah, it's a shame he didn't win with it. Stay down, Kyle. Oh, big strike by Kyle. These two trading blows. It's a really good match. To be honest, I didn't need that first traditional match thing. I think this just being the street fight is just good. Kick coming in by Kyle. Knee to the body by Kyle. Oh! Yeah, that was a brutal sounding kick to the side of the head. German suplex by Kyle. Against the ropes goes. Kyle tries to bounce off the ropes, but big kick by Kyle O'Reilly. Puts the chair down. Kyle O'Reilly picking up Adam Cole, driving him into that steel chair. Knee first. Knee first. Dragon screw into the chair. Grabbing the leg, pulling him over. And into the chair he goes. Oh. Brutal. Brutal. Good match so far, yes. I've been saying Adam Cole to AEW to join his best friends in the Elite and his wife. Days, you can clearly see that Volta Dragunov downloaded the Pro Wrestling Guide HD, and they read the article on how to put on a 5-star match. Good things come to those who listen to me, says James Kenny. That would be good. That's a good book idea, or a good video idea. How to put on a 5-star match. The secrets to a 5-star match. Nice. You could do a really good video with that, where you actually look at all the matches, or a good chunk of them that have been given 5 stars. See what Meltzer has said about it. See what the secret ingredient is. Adam Cole getting a chain. Wrapping it around his hand. All legal. Any chance we see some kind of curtain call at the end of the show? Maybe afterwards. I don't know. I mean, I don't know that I see this as like the end of NXT. Because I don't quite know what NXT is going to look like going forward. I mean, the only thing is, look, they're keeping the title on Raquel, so that makes me think that, you know, they're still having a women's division and all this kind of stuff. They've just brought in Kaylee Ray, so I don't know how drastically different it's going to be. Shoulder up by O'Reilly. Without knowing what NXT is going to be looking like in the future, it's hard to know how big of a change it's going to be, and I don't think there'll be a curtain call. No, I don't think this. I don't feel like this is the end of NXT. Rangers icon Rod Gilbert dies, says Brandon. They're punching each other with chains and they're not selling it, says Austin. Austin, Since you started to bully Dave in Lion Life, as you said, I haven't heard much from you. What are your thoughts, Austin? What's going on? What's going on in Austin's world? Adam Cole has got Kyle O'Reilly on the entrance ramp. Guillotine is locked in by Kyle O'Reilly. Is choking out Adam Cole, baby. Knee strike coming in by Kyle. Adam Cole thrown into that plexiglass and bounces down. I kind of feel that this is very similar to what they did before. I remember when they faced each other before this happened. And then didn't someone go... Was it Kyle got put through the stage? I seem to remember like Adam Cole or Kyle O'Reilly getting thrown into that plexiglass before. Kyle O'Reilly selling his midsection, taking some deep breaths. Jumping down the steps, grabbing Adam Cole. Oh, is he going to suplex him onto the steps? Ah! My God, that would have been horrific. I don't even know how you could have done that. Unless you, like, picked him up and sort of lightly... I don't even know how you would have done it. What you talk about the end of NXT, what are the rumours? Well, we know that NXT is going to be changing. We know that they're not quite happy with what it is like at the moment. We know that they're making it lighter. They're changing the CWC. In fact, NXT will be taped for a few weeks whilst they make big changes to the CWC. So the arena they're in, they're not going back to Full Sail. That's done. So we know that they're changing the lighting. They're changing the look, the logo, the feel of NXT. I mean, NXT up to this point has kind of been a bit metal and a bit grimy and a bit dirty and a bit, do you know what I mean? Like, as we said, you know, you got plexiglass with like chain link fence on it. Like, I think all that's going, and I think it might be brighter, lighter. Like the whole feel of the show is changing. But not only that, they're apparently looking at younger, bigger guys. That's going to be the focus going forward, is younger, bigger guys that they can make main eventers out of. So they're looking at, like, Odyssey Jones, Parker, maybe Steiner's kid. Maybe Gable Steveson goes to this new look NXT for a little bit. Oh, O'Reilly was on top. He gets hurled off the top onto the edge of chairs. Last shot connects. It's going to be Adam Cole takes the second fall. 1, 2, 3, and it is 1 fall each. So there's this big change that's come into NXT. Nick Khan was talking about it as well, but we don't quite know how far this change goes. We know there's still a women's division and all that kind of stuff. So steel cage match, fall number 3, 1 fall each. The cage looks awesome. Hello, look, they're just coming down to check on Kyle O'Reilly. Adam Cole. He's not waiting. He's just, he's attacking Kyle. The cage hasn't, like, properly closed and been lowered yet. So, they're both on the outside of the ring at the moment, so they're not actually in the ring, so the cage can't be properly constructed into the, announce table. I would love to wrestle Adam Cole, says Josh. The cage looks, awesome. It's cool how they lower the cage. O'Reilly is damaged. Right, they're still, they're trying to desperately check on O'Reilly, but, yeah, they can't stop Adam Cole. Adam Cole just grabs O'Reilly, trying to throw him back into the, ring. O'Reilly is literally just a dead weight. He jumps back in. Right, are they going to properly lower this, cage now? Yeah, they are. Okay, so the cage is properly getting lowered. They just need to secure the corner pieces. I love how the cage closes. It's like a garage. We all know that Kyle is the most convincing seller of all time, says Sumi. If you could wrestle a WWE or NXT wrestler, who would you fight and why? I wouldn't want to fight anyone because I'm not a trained wrestler. So whoever I fought, I would be in danger. I'd be in danger. So I'd want to fight someone. I'd want to fight I'd fight Eva Marie. I'd fight Eva Marie because I'm fairly certain that I would look better in that match. And I am completely untrained, out of shape. But I'm fairly certain that I could put on a better match than what Eva Marie manages. So I would make myself look good. So I would say Eva Marie. Funny how the medical people just let Cole grab him without objecting. And they did. I thought the woman, like, she was, like, I don't know. I've never seen her before. I don't know what she's like. She looked like she was in a... I don't want to be rude, but she looked like she was in her 50s. Which is fine. But I'm just saying I've not seen her before. And she kind of stood out. In my mind, I was like, is that Linda? I hope that's Linda. He hit the chair awkwardly. You could do mud wrestling, says Gregor. Right, we are underway with the third fall. Big boot by Adam Cole, baby. And into the ring's ropes and into the side of the cage goes O'Reilly. So just took them a little bit of time just to set the cage up. Obviously, it's been lowered and they've bolted it all together. Into the side of the cage goes O'Reilly, but he blocks it and he blocks it again. Straight to the midsection. Takes down Adam Cole. Slingshot. Cole goes into the steel cage. I'm using the Days Alarm Clock app. I've downloaded... I added a whole hour to my sleep. Amazing. It wasn't Linda. Remember, Linda is upstairs waiting for you, says Sydney. Why do you think I'm so eager for this to finish? Amir said, WWE 2K developers, after NXT repackaged their show. Why are we here? Why are we here just to suffer? Every week they must get a list of things that have changed. Like, Brock's back, and they're like, oh, Brock's back, brilliant. I think we've got Brock already. Yeah, he does have a new look, though. Oh, my God. What do you mean he's got a new look? Is it a new shirt? Ugh. Sort of changed his whole facial hair, and now he's got hair. Oh, God. We're changing NXT. Oh, what? Bray Wyatt and Braun's not with us anymore. No wonder they've pushed it back to March. And if Eva beats you, what happens then? You never see me again. That's what happens then. I rise up to heaven like Undertaker at Royal Rumble 94. Low blow by Adam Cole. New Brock looks like Bray and Braun had a baby. Adam Cole going over to the corner. Climbing up. Cage matches now don't tend to see people trying to escape them as much anymore. So it's kind of interesting and fun to watch Adam Cole try to escape the cage. Big strikes by both guys. Oof. O'Reilly falls down and gets caught on that top rope. Here we go. Adam Cole on the top rope. Point in. Panama Sunrise. Oh, brilliant. Off the top rope. 1, 2. Shoulder up by Kyle O'Reilly. Do you think Cole should sign with AEW? It's hard to say. It's hard to say. I mean, it depends what Vince is saying to him. I mean, the rumors are that Vince likes Adam Cole, and it depends. Honestly, it really depends. You know, he could treat Adam Cole as the next Shawn Michaels. If that's the case, then no, he should go to the main roster. But then he could treat Adam Cole as the next Sami Zayn, and in that case, then maybe AEW. It's really, really hard to know. I think all I can say is if I was Adam Cole, I'd want to know what I was being told, how big the contract was, and what are the creative plans for me, and then make a decision based on what AEW are offering. But I don't know it's as easy as to say, yeah, he should go. If I was Adam Cole, I would probably stay, to be honest, because I would guess WWE are offering more, and if Vince likes him, that is the majority of the battle won. Super kick. Kyle O'Reilly has been handcuffed to the top rope. So Kyle O'Reilly has been handcuffed, and Adam Cole is throwing in super kicks. O'Reilly is down. Oh, he catches the leg of O'Reilly. There's not really anywhere for Adam Cole to go. Cole taps. Cole taps. There we go. Cole taps. That was an unexpected finish. It was an unexpected finish. Good match, says Brony. Really good match, but with a terrible ending, says Nicholas. Kyle won with one hand handcuffed, baby. Why did Cole not just climb out when he was handcuffed? That match sucks, says LV99. Joshua said, if Cole was promised a major push, then he should stay. But I doubt he was promised that. And Cole is a lot smaller than Michaels. Well, that's a good point. He is smaller than Michaels. But I don't know if he's promised a push, so I can't comment on that. But I have read that Vince has met with him, offered him a very good contract, and is said to really like him. Now, I don't know what that means. This is what I'm saying. That's why it's really hard to answer. But if liking him means he's going to treat him like the next Shawn, and he's going to really use him well and have him around main event scene and have him as the next Seth Rollins or whatever, then so be it. I don't know how he stacks up to, say, Daniel Bryan. I don't know how Adam Cole compares to Daniel Bryan or compares to... I think he's smaller than Seth, definitely. But I don't know how he compares to Daniel. I don't know. I mean, look, if Vince can't see any plans for him, then I think Vince needs to be very honest, and then that's it. Yeah, there's no decision, is there? Adam Cole goes. If it really depends on what Vince is thinking and prepared to do. Traditionally, Adam Cole is not someone that Vince would really be that into. But I wonder if there's some good numbers that have caught his eye. I wonder if, like, merch sales for Undisputed Era and some of the selling and the match quality, and I don't know. Match quality I don't think ever really matters to Vince, but we'll see. We'll see where he goes. I definitely think that he's done with NXT. I mean, where does Adam Cole go now? He's lost to Kyle O'Reilly. The war is won. Kyle O'Reilly beats Adam Cole. Adam Cole is being helped away, is hobbling away. There's a few jeers. I've got to tell you, there's a few jeers. I don't know. It's not like people are like cheering, giving the yes chant and all of this. There's a few jeers and I don't know. Cole is too good not to fail on the main roster. People were booing, says MT Pounds. What is with the Santos Escobar or feud with Isaiah Swerve? Is that on the match cards? I don't believe it is, no. No, I think that's probably something that's playing out more on NXT. I was thinking SmackDown because I was just watching Sasha and Bianca for the SmackDown Women's title. It's just a little advert for this WrestleMania 36 program, which I really want to watch. WrestleMania Night 2. I need to see that. I've heard it's good. Oh, we're backstage with... Look at him. Look at Dragunov. What's he going to say? The Ring General has fallen. Long live. Long live the Tsar. Well done. Well done, Dragunov. Absolutely brilliant. Here's Santos Escobar. Dragunov. Do, 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 do. The 870-day reign is over. You get a star, and you get a star, and you get a star. Stars everywhere for that match. I want to see if that picture's up. I want to see if someone puts an image up of what we just... Brilliant. Someone's put this picture up. This is a great picture. This is Tuesday. They're just talking about Tuesday. The Ring General has fallen. I want to show you this picture of Dragunov that someone's put on Twitter. I think you're going to really like it. Here's Dragunov. So this is actually an image of Dragunov backstage. You can see his chest and the damage that Volta has done there. Absolutely brutal. Absolutely brutal. So yeah, that's what Volta can do. That is exactly what Volta can do. Dun 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 dun. I want to see if they've got... Has anyone put a picture up yet? No. I'm looking to see if they've got a picture of him backstage. Because it is amazing. Seeing him sat backstage with his like chest abs. I mean, honestly, that picture is... There it is. Found it. Thanks, WrestleZone. Thanks, WrestleZone. Right, here we go. This is this is thingy backstage. Oh, take it away. Take it away. Oh. My eyes! My eyes! Look at it, man. It's horrific. That is horrific. Dun, 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 dun. Hey, honey, how was work? Did you have a good day at work? I mean, honestly, he looks like he's been in a car crash, doesn't he? Look at her face as well, just smiling away. And he's like, don't interview me right now. You're really trying to interview me right now. Do you really think now is the time to interview me? I mean, love, read the room. Read the room, would you? I mean, I know she's only doing her job, but flip. My God. Brutal. In fact, she might be. It looks like she's actually interviewing the brutality itself. Look where the microphone is. It looks like she's interviewing his chest. Does it hurt as much as it looks? I bet there's heat coming off them wounds. I bet you could, like, roast marshmallows just by having them near his chest. It's that raw and hot. Brutal. Absolutely brutal. But at least he gets 5 stars from all of us. So I'm sure that'll provide him. Whilst he can't sleep tonight. Whilst he's lying there in accident and emergency. At least he can rest assured that he's got 5 stars from all of us. Bum, 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 bum. Mackenzie Mitchell is dating and living with Vic Joseph. Days, I watched that WrestleMania Night 1 thing and it was awesome. Amazing. Shout out to you, Edward. Roasting marshmallows on Dragunov's chest. It's a brand new show that's coming to the Hallmark channel. I mean, he will never be the same again after that. I love the fact that in order to win the title, he's had to go to that length. His body has to look like that. Just make that belt, whenever that title changes hands, it's always... I hope Dragunov has a good reign now. I hope Dragunov has a good reign. I love the fact that when Tyler Bate had it, when he lost it to Pete Dunne, it's at NXT Takeover Chicago, in one of my favorite NXT matches ever. And then when Volta beats Pete for it, it's an amazing match. And then it's changed to hands here. Everyone's had a really good reign with it. Anyway, let's put that to the past because Samoa flipping Joe is coming out to have a match. Joe. Bum, bum, bum. Miss Joe in the red and black shorts, the towel around his neck, making his way down to the ring. Wade Barrett said 6 months on the shelf, and then when he came back, he needed another 2 months to get rid of the ring rust. That's not true for Samoa. I don't know if he was talking about Samoa Joe. I mean, Joe's been away for way longer than that. I mean, Joe wasn't at WrestleMania 36. I don't actually know how long Joe's been away. When was the last Samoa Joe match? Early 2020? Joe versus Kross. Bum, bum, bum. You know what I'm going to say? I wish Kross hadn't lost on the main roster. Here is Karrion. Did you ever see Asuka's YouTube channel? It's very entertaining. Yeah, I've watched it. It's good. It's simple stuff. It's just easy to watch stuff, isn't it? Right. Karrion making his way down, and it's a shame that Scarlett's not around at the moment. We want Scarlett is the chant. Karrion Kross looking out to the crowd. Definitely heard a "We Want Scarlett" chant. Oh, that's a great shot. That is a great shot. You actually see kind of over Kross's shoulder. It's black and white. And look at Samoa Joe in the ring, waiting. Like, you can see that is a great shot. They've done that on purpose. It looks brilliant. Spotlight on Joe. Right, Kross in the ring. We want Scarlett Johansson. Is that what they were shouting? They've just toned down the entrance a little with Scarlett not being around. Oh, hello. We've got the CWC thing coming down from the ceiling. Very Madison Square Garden. Very Madison Square Garden. It's cool. Proper old school. It's these little details that Triple H loves. from Samoa Joe, the 2015 Dusty Rhodes Tag Team Classic winner. He won the Dusty Rhodes Tag Team Classic 6 years ago. Wasn't he the first winner with Finn Balor? I think he was. Taking on Kross, these two face to face. He's a striker and a judo grappler. 2-time NXT champion, 6'4". He's gonna kill you. Joe is gonna kill you. Joe is gonna kill you. PW Insider are reporting that Adam Cole has finished with WWE. Really? Is that true? Is that true? Wrestling Purist. Where's PW Insider? Adam Cole update 7 minutes ago. Let's have a look. PW Insider has confirmed that tonight was Adam Cole's final appearance in WWE NXT. That doesn't mean he's finished with WWE, though. It says WWE NXT. So, that's what it says. No. 7 minutes ago, he's finished. Tonight was his last appearance in WWE NXT. That doesn't mean he ain't going to WWE Raw or WWE SmackDown. So, he could leave WWE. He could. He absolutely could. This isn't me saying, no, he's staying, we're keeping him, or anything like this. He could go. He could go. But that's not what that's saying. That's saying that he's done with NXT. Joe is fired up. Kross is down in the corner. These two face to face, and Joe starting the better. Chop to the back. Kick coming in by Joe against the ropes. Elbow drop. How about Joe versus Volta? How about Joe versus Volta? What? It's only just dawned on me he's free. He can do anything now. Volta is free. He could go anywhere. Oh, lovely suplex by Kross. That would be a dream. I'd love that. Just watching Joe then laying in a big chop to the back of Karrion. I don't want to see loads of Volta matches though. I don't want to see him doing loads of just jobbery stuff. Like I really feel like his matches should really matter. Like maybe he does the odd tag match or something like this, but if he's going to wrestle, he just wrestles. Do you know what I mean? Big shows. A little bit like Roman. You don't see Roman wrestling all the time. Into the plexiglass goes Samoa Joe. Volta is all elite. He always said that he won't go the main roster. Yeah, that's true. That's true. Joe has way too many TBIs. That camera keeps zooming out, doesn't it? Big strike by Kross. And again, forearm strike. Chop by Joe. And again. Headbutt by Joe. Big boot by Kross. Oof. 1, 2. Shoulder up. So, ankle lock applied by Kross. I do think... So, I mean, what can these two do? They've got to follow Volta against Dragunov. They've got to follow Cole against O'Reilly. Like, what do these two do? What do they do? In between the ropes. Lovely kick by Samoa Joe. Goes against the ropes. Suicide dive by Samoa Joe. Great suicide dive. Great suicide dive. Samoa Joe is feeling it. I mean, I wonder how bad the ring rust is for Joe. I bet he's been doing a lot of work behind the scenes. I mean, he would have to, wouldn't he, to get back into ring shape. I mean, we've not seen him have like warm-up matches on the show. Into the corner goes Joe. Karrion charging over. Big clothesline. Back elbows. Lovely clothesline. Picking up, looking for an exploder suplex. Ah! Nice. Hardy isn't costing no one. Hardy isn't costing no one. Vince should rename Kross. Crisscross. Make you jump. Crisscross, some make you jump. Days, the Young Bucks have put a new bio up. It's a YouTube video. And it seemingly is about bringing people back from the dead. I guess this is about BTE where Cole died. Okay. Power slam by Joe. 2. Shoulder up. Kross landed bad. He did land a bit bad. Joe is taking some real deep breaths here. Holding on to his head. Joe looking like he's like, and then he just looked up and he heard the crowd going, "Let's go, Joe! Let's go, Joe!" And it's kind of giving him a little something, which is really cool. It's a nice little moment. Picks up Karrion, power bombs him down. 1, 2, kick out by single leg Boston. No, into a crossface. Nice, really nice. Crossface by Samoa Joe. Joe walking as the first ever 3-time NXT champion. Nice crossface. I love Joe's elbow variation of suicide dive, says Sumi. What is the next WWE pay-per-view? I think it's Extreme Rules. Levy said, what's your favourite match so far? I would guess the same as most people's. With Volta versus Dragunov. TBIs don't go away. Traumatic brain injuries, says Laurie. Well, he's cleared. So there must be some... I mean, I don't think WWE would be liable if they cleared him and he wasn't really cleared or he wasn't really able to compete. So, I don't know. I appreciate, like, head injuries and concussions and stuff like that, you know, but they wouldn't clear Daniel, would they, for however long? I don't know that they would clear Samoa Joe if they really weren't comfortable with it. Strikes by Karrion. Samoa Joe down on his hands and knees. Stomped by Karrion on the hand of Samoa Joe. DDT. Oof. Joe goes down. 1, 2. Shoulder up. Who won out of O'Reilly and Cole? It was O'Reilly. O'Reilly won. Joe is getting punished, says Butterspark. Hardy chance, says to Boy. Hardy Swanton Bomb of the CWC to Kross. Big strikes coming in. Back against the ropes. Back elbow by Samoa Joe. Belly to belly. Good work by Samoa Joe. Belly-to-belly suplex. Yeah, I mean, I think the Hardy thing was a mistake. I really do. Oh, it wasn't a mistake. They planned to do it, but I think it was a mistake to have done it. That's the match of the weekend, says Mike. I love Joe, but damn, I'm worried about him. I have seizures from mine. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that. I'm really sorry to hear that. Backs into the corner. Big strike. Joe moves out the way. Really starting to come back with some strikes of his own. Strikes to the midsection. Few uppercuts. Knee to the body. Duck underneath. Kross against the ropes. Picks up Kross. Inverted atomic drop. Against the ropes goes Joe. Big boot. Kross goes down. Samoa Joe with a senton. Lovely. 1, 2. Kick out. Just kind of like pushes the head away as well and rolls over. Oh, another senton by Samoa Joe, but this time to the back of Karrion. Kross without Scarlet is boring and dull, says Amir. Here we go. Coquina clutch. The coquina is applied. I like that from Wade Barrett. I really like that from Wade Barrett. Wade Barrett saying this is the one thing that Karrion knew that he had to avoid. So that's really good commentary. Really putting over the fact that this is if you don't normally watch, this is the one move that Karrion knew was going to be a problem. This is the one move that he really had to avoid, and he has managed to get out of it. And now he's trying to put it onto Joe. Oof. Joe is fading. Joe is like quite tired. I don't think this match needs to go long. I mean, there's blood. Blood, I think, coming out the mouth, is it, of Joe? But Joe coming back. Joe was like going out and then like comes back. Gets back up to his feet. Joe driving Kross into the corner. Joe charges over to the other side. Strike to the back of the head. Samoa Joe goes down. Samoa Joe down in the corner. Karrion. Joe just looks spent. He just really does look like he's struggling here. Kross coming over. Duck underneath. Picks him up. Side slam. This is probably better than SummerSlam. Kross in the corner. Joe charging over. Knee strike by Kross. Big top. Insecurity. Muscle buster. We haven't seen this in forever. Haven't seen that in forever. 1, 2, 3. Samoa Joe wins. He beats Karrion. Had him in the muscle buster. Had him up. You haven't seen that move. He wasn't using that move on the main roster. I don't know if it got banned or Vince didn't like it or whatever it was. But that was a staple of his first, his NXT title reigns. And like he had him up there, and boom, it's brilliant, brilliant, and new. It was after he ended Tyson Kidd's career. Yes, you're right. You're right. I remember that now. I remember that he ended it. It slipped my mind. It was the Muscle Buster that had done it, though. So, yeah, that's a good shout. Who said that? I want to give them a shout. That's good knowledge, that is. Good knowledge. CM316. CM316. My new favourite 316. CM316. Well done to you. That's good knowledge. Kross is coming to Raw. The first 3-time NXT champion, says Austin 316. Look at this battle of the 316s we've got in our community right now. Just great facts being dropped everywhere. Joe holds up that NXT Championship. Joe wins. Bum, bum. Bum, bum, bum. Bum, bum. Oh, and it ends? Flippity-doodah. Well, there we go. That felt like the end of a chapter, said Vinnie Mac. 8 out of 10. 5. 10 out of 10. Days Adam Cole is a free agent, and there are reports of him re-signing. There are no reports of him re-signing with WWE, says Avery. Who won tonight's matches? It was Cameron Grimes. Loved his attire. Really fun opener. Then it was Raquel Dakota. And Raquel retained. Good little match. Not bad. Not bad at all. Little bit botchy. Little bit like in places. But not bad. Then we got Volta versus Dragunov, which is my match of the year. Then we got Adam Cole, Kyle O'Reilly, which I've got a weird relationship with because I loved the middle match. First match was nothing. Really quick. And then the cage match, like the ending just felt a bit... So I'd actually say that's the most disappointing one of all that we saw. Main event was... I mean, it was great to see Samoa Joe. I kind of felt like the match was warming up. And then it's ended. But in all fairness, that didn't need to go long. I must admit, after the Volta Dragunov thing, I was burnt out. Do you know what I mean? Like it was so hard to then get back into anything. That anything that was going to follow that was going to struggle. I think Cole O'Reilly actually did really well during the street fight segment to like really bring me into it. But I think I would have just liked that to have just been a street fight. Didn't need the 3 falls. And then, like, the main event, you know, new champion, Samoa Joe. Yeah, really cool. Really cool. Get in your scores. LSW says 8. Brony says 825. Heel Santa says 8. J14 says 8. Brony says 825. 815. 9 says Adrian. 7 says Josh Games. 925 says Brendan. The Muscle Buster is back. Heel Santa says 8. Mr. Bro says 10. 7.5, 8, 9, 8, 9, 10, 9, 6 says Hasib. 8 says Dylan. 9, 8.5. 7 says Liam. 7 says The Man. 8.7, 9, 8, 10, 7.5 or 8. Do you know what's really weird? And this is the truth. I was thinking 775. I saw LSW with an 8, and I was like, I could vibe with that. And then I was like, I probably wouldn't want to go above an 8. And I was like, am I thinking 7.5? Am I thinking 8? And then you've just gone 7.58. I'm in that area, yeah. I mean, if you're into the 8s, I totally get it. I mean, we've just seen in my opinion, match of the year, and there's nothing that's bad. There's lots of great stuff. I mean, I'm thinking 7.75, but I could go to an 8. I am around that area myself. Yes, I am about that area myself. 9 says James Chadwick. Wow, loved it. Did you, mate? Brilliant. This was my SummerSlam, says LB. He gives a 9. Oh, look at these scores. 8.75 from Mohammed. James Kenny with a 7.64. Legend Killer with an 8. Michael with an 8. Best match was Dragunov versus Volta. 8.25 says Brony. Robin with a 9. Butterspark says 9.25. Wow. Am I on your best enemies list? Yes. Anyone with a wrench added to the end of their name is on that list, and so is Frenchie 316. 8 Legend Killer. 8. Oh look, if Legend Killer's gone 8, I'll go 8. Legend Killer, I've gone 8 as well. I was debating 7, 7, 5, or 8, but I've gone 8. Just like Legend Killer. It was slightly better than SummerSlam, but mostly because of Volta versus Dragunov. This weekend has been amazing for wrestling. Edward says, fun fact, Extreme Rules is on my birthday. My friend died after watching 9 hours of Raw on loop. We need a 1 minute silence for him. Wow, in all fairness, that's his own fault. No one's advising that. The $1 Million Dream, that was a good moment. 8.22, Joe clutches out of 10. Anthony, shout out to you, my friend. That was a hell of a pay-per-view, says Mohammed. 9.7, Volta versus Dragunov 2 was match of the night. Days, my tweets, your tweets. I said I would look at it. I'm a man of my words. How long is it? Oh, that's good. Blue Rebel. Thank you for sending that. Look at that. There's the hero. Look at the hero. Look at that. Absolutely deserved. More than deserved. And this is what we talk about with how important that's really good, that is. That's good. I like how he's gone under the ring. Oh, hang on. Are you going to try and get me with copyright? You're trying to get me with copyright? No, we're not doing this. I can't remember what I was saying. I thought it was really, really good. I can see the second night of WrestleMania 37 thing is on screen. I really do want to watch that. Looking forward to tomorrow as well. I think Raw's going to be a lot of fun, the fallout of SummerSlam. We've also got, obviously, coming up Premier League tomorrow. We've got Raw tomorrow. We've got NXT on Tuesday. So we're going to have lots of fallout this week. We've got the fallout of SummerSlam. We've got the fallout of NXT TakeOver. But in regards to Dragunov, that's what we were talking about. In regards to Dragunov, that's what we talk about when we talk about like Roman and Roman's reign and title reign and how it can really put someone over. Like that's like what you can achieve. You know, Volta had been champion for over 800 odd days, and this now has really put Dragunov on the map, hasn't it? Like, all of a sudden now Dragunov is legit. Like, he has done it. He has slayed the beast. He has done what no one could do. He has done what he couldn't do the first time. So, like, amongst, like, NXT fans and people that enjoy and have watched tonight, like, he is a made man now. In my mind, Dragunov is, do you know what I mean? Like, he can do amazing things. He's right up there. I don't doubt him against anyone now. Like, he's able to go to those limits. He's able to go. He's got to take a hell of a beating to go there. And I suppose, in a way, that's going to be a little bit of a problem. Like, he can't go to those limits all the time. What we've seen tonight is it has to be an exception. Do you know what I mean? But, like, when it calls for it, he can go there. He can go to those lengths. And he can go this far. But that is brutal, isn't it? It is absolutely brutal. If I show you the... I mean, that is a meme, isn't it? That is a meme in its own right. And that picture, I don't even think does it like justice compared to what we just seen. So, yeah, he is. It's really done a great job of making him. And whoever beats Roman, as we said, you know, will get that same push as well, that same rub as well. So, Austin said he didn't just beat Volta, he made him tap. I give it a 10 because of that Volta match being fantastic. Hayden said, it's a great stream. Shout out to you, Hayden. Glad you had fun. Amin said, days SummerSlam and TakeOver together. I'm giving a 9. That's my score. Scal says, Roman hasn't been pinned for 614 days. Whoever pins him gets a big push instantly. Alex Bliss Gamer says, 8 Volta chops out of 10. Eddie said, I was hoping that AJ would have come out at the end. Alex said, fun fact, during the time you did all the Olympic streams, you did a total stream time of 190 hours, 25 minutes, and 3 seconds, and that only includes Olympic streams. Lol. 190 hours of streaming. It's a good job that I am, like, super knowledgeable. And, like, have, like, so much stuff to say. 190 hours. That is amazing. Even I'm amazed by that. Alex, shout out to you, dude. Shout out to you for even working that out. I'd never do that. But shout out to you, buddy. And actually, on that bombshell, it probably is time to wrap up. Now that you've told me that, it kind of makes me feel like I should go and live a life. Do you know what I mean? I should go and live a life. I clearly am not living any kind of life. So, yeah, crazy. Right, awesome. Thanks a lot for watching, guys. I hope you enjoyed NXT Takeover. As we said, we're back tomorrow for a Premier League football game. Which is going to be West Ham versus Leicester, which should be good, actually, because there's a few players I've got my eye on. So, going to keep an eye on that. And then we've got Raw. We've only got Raw. Just the fallout of SummerSlam is going to be absolutely huge. Might start a little bit earlier, just to kind of tap into some of that excitement. Obviously, SummerSlam was a massive show, so you know we'll see what the fallout's like. But yes, awesome. Really appreciate the support. Thanks a lot for watching. Have a great evening wherever you are, and hopefully see you again next time. Bye for now.